Alright, folks, welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は328日目です。It is day 328. We have a big day today. There is another set in the bottom, like in the bottom half, but I don't think it's gonna take. We're gonna pick these up though, these little eggies here. Which means that tomorrow, yeah. Because this is day 4? Oh no, it's day 3. Okay. So it'll still move to Sunday. It's interesting seeing these numbers, but they're not really that big anymore. Alright, let's get into it. Alright. 見返す。返す。Whoops. Oh no, wait. To show something to someone. That is... Oh, what can do? That's fine. Okay. Oh, there's Spiky. Sup? Shin. Shin. What? I have to come back to that. Tansoku. Kinto.
盗撮
Encourage. Encourage. I thought it was immediately. I thought it was gun, but huh. I have to come back to that. Huh. Shinkon Ryoko. Shinkon Ryoko. What? Oh,
背後
there you go. Okay.
購読
中華
川
したい So well, now you have the room is too cold issue. I see. Space heater time. That could be something to look for.
Nageku.
Oh there, Bree. I am doing pretty well. Pretty well. How are you doing? You had to search out what a space heater was? You'll consider it? Yeah. A space heater. Feeling alright? A bit nervous for tomorrow. But, you know, temper, anxieties, try, like, things to keep in mind. It's the beginning of a long, it's the beginning of a long process. Take it in strides. Try not to overdo it. Pace yourself kind of situation. Breather. Try to squeeze in and focus on saving yourself as much energy and, space out the stuff instead of going too hard and whatnot. Hopefully it's a positive one for you. Like overall positive. Obviously there are gonna be ups and downs, but I look forward to hearing about it a little bit, purchasing. What do you do?
Yokin.
Whoops. Okay. Oops. Okay. It's an early one, 7:45 a.m. to 1:30. How's your sleep? Were you able to adjust your sleep in the extra week that you had? 練習する. Okay. Chill. Shison. Oops. Sanyaku. Say what?
濡らす
Matsuba. 伸ばす
伸ばす
Oops. Oh, funjo.
奮上
Funjo. Okay. You've been going to bed a bit earlier than usual. Prior, you go to bed around 3 or 4 a.m., but you've been trying to go to bed by no later than 1 most nights. Sounds very reasonable. You've also been trying to get up earlier. You're usually up by 8-ish versus before, which is around 11 or noon. That sounds amazing. Way to stick it to it. Still cutting it a little bit close, but I imagine with that, you'll be able to manage at least the first day. Start off, try to start off with a positive note and try to carry that momentum, right?
同室 稼働
Oh, wait, just kidding. Yakusoku.
約束
Yakusoku. Yakusoku. All of the other ones are very similar. Contracts, agreements. Yeah. Ante. Sampo.
暗記する
意図的。
意図的
Taking art means you never really got around to drawing for yourself since you started with all that. You had to really change what you do to be the sort of thing that you get grades for instead of what you like. You don't think you did something for yourself since summer? You'll try tonight. I don't see how those two things can't be the same thing. Or it can't be both. I think you went into the art class thinking that you can't possibly like it, if I had to be straight with you. Most of the time people find joy in things they have to do as well as not. So you seem to constantly compartmentalize the ability to enjoy something that something else is telling you to do. I'm not saying that's not true, like you might hate everything about art class, but that's not making things working. It's to provide an excuse for not enjoying it, I suppose, or attempting to gain value from it. Not suggesting you didn't try, because I don't know. You didn't say you tried, you just say you didn't like it, and it never vibe with you. You can't get a grade for anime girls, sadly, but you can get a grade for abstracting it. That's awfully specific. So if everything is awfully specific to you, then you don't get a grade for anything. You like art classes and you find the work fun, but you prefer to draw waifus and want to improve at that for your personal goal. Well, that doesn't sound like you didn't have anything you liked and you didn't draw anything for yourself. Getting a grade is for yourself, it's not for something else. So if you didn't want to get a grade, you shouldn't have taken the art class. We're talking about accountability now. Being, we're being upfront about this. Accountability is doing something and knowing how to do it well. That's where the pride and the enjoyment and the reward comes from. You guess it's technically for yourself in both instances. Kind of, yeah. And that's a good thing. Like, what I mean is, that's a mental gymnastics that can help, right? I go to work, I want to do a good job, not because it's not specifically because of something that I decided to do myself, but that I'm doing it for myself, so to speak. I go to work to earn money, so I can use that money to pay for my hobbies, or I eat a good diet so I can get up early without feeling tired. I know those are correlations, but I go out for a run in order to stream with an active mind. All those things tend to be for ourselves. There is a theory about this, which you can probably read about if you want, where that ultimately, since we're individuals in thought, that one can make a mental gymnastics to motivate oneself for their own goals despite not having outside control over what they're doing. When I was in high school, there are things, much like every kid, that they don't like. So I used all of those opportunities to my benefits, whether they choose to dictate what I do or not. I get the grades, but I still get the grades my own way. If I don't agree, like I take what they give me and I turn it into my own image. And you take that into adulthood. With that said, I can't tell you how many times I was inspired by other people who came before me. So the way you go about things and the way you frame things sounds like you are the only one that's ever going to provide something useful to yourself, which can be something that can occur with someone who doesn't ever value the input of everything outside them because they seemingly just don't like it. I like people once I get to know them. I also like people on first impressions, but generally speaking, first impressions are based on your own biases. So you're less likely to like people because you've already self-selected all of them. Usually when someone says, "Oh, I don't like talking, talk to me," I spend time investing in a person. That's how we get to learn to like each other. There are many things in life that comes with routine and due diligence that create reward. But it doesn't seem like it's something, and I don't want to make this sound like you're unnaturally unique or something like that. This is actually quite common when you're younger. More experience can help with turning things into your favor or something that you like. Like, for example, I didn't like public speaking, but you have to publicly speak in order to get good grades, for example. And I learned to like publicly speaking. And this would be an example. Now I use it every day, despite knowing that I don't like it originally. There are things that you have to do, so if you're going to have to do them, you want to, at least in my opinion, it would be very reassuring when you say it in the future, not in your past. Like you are talking about something in your past, so I'm trying to extrapolate by how you're sharing it, that in the future, I hope that perspective is a little different. Like, for example, I have to go to the grocery store. This is a personal, it's like an anecdote example. I have to go to the grocery store in order to feed myself. But I absolutely hate getting in the car. This isn't not mine, it's a story that someone shared. they absolutely hate going in the car and driving the grocery store. It saps their energy for like the entire day or even weeks, and they constantly think about it for quite a long time before going. So what someone can do is, let's focus on things that you can make that trip beneficial to you. And over time, it is very reassuring and awesome to hear the person like spends some time thinking about what they can do, what they look forward to doing, despite having to do something that they don't like, right? So in school, you kind of get the opportunity to do that. You don't always succeed, obviously, and you don't always fail. Most of the time, it's a bit of a mid. I didn't like certain things inherently because I wasn't good at them, right? That's the nature of the internet. If you don't like things that you're not good at, you only like things that you're good at, and then you select things based on what you're good at because you like them in the first place. So that's kind of the pattern of having a younger person grow up, become attached to whatever works the first time, reinforce it on the internet because it's all targeted. So you get to choose what you're good at and what you like to see because the programs and algorithms will tell you what you're good at and see. So then when you go and do anything else, everything else will pale in comparison to the things that you decided on your own. Maybe a little too soon, but some people would, some adult development or cognitive psychologists would say maybe a little too soon to settle on something. Ultimately, it will be interesting to see how your perspective change as you approach new things. If you're not going to talk, if we're not talking in another 2 or 3 years, then that's perfectly understandable. Generally speaking, though, for people who talk to me over time, new experiences are often dramatically different than older experiences. Because if you're not interested in your future and doing things you have to do, I certainly am. And if you don't have internal monologues and dialogues about how you can squeeze benefit out of things you have to do, someone else can help you with that. Like a support system, a friend, family. Like sometimes I do something when I was younger and I said, I don't get it. What's the point of doing all this? Like, I don't like doing it. Why do I have to get good grades? I asked someone who went through the process and asked them the questions I wanted to ask. Like, do you think, like, can you tell me something? Why do you find this interesting? And why did you like this before? And now do you like it now? Or think about it. Those are ways to gain some perspective on things. And we're already doing that, obviously. So that's kind of the idea. When you interact with individuals with different perspectives, it can change outlooks like that. I draw things to the artwork that I draw is not because I thought artwork was fun. It's because I think it could be fun. Or if I do it long enough, I would find it fun or interesting. So oftentimes, a lot of the things that I choose to do was not because I prefer to do something. I chose it because someone else had been doing it, and I was curious, why is it fun and interesting for them? And then I discovered a little bit about myself. Obviously, you can still do something and find out, nah, this is garbaggio. Can I make you interested in data enough to find that topic interesting for the next couple of weeks since you're on that as mentioned yesterday? Data? Well, I talk about correlation a lot, right? And we talked about proficiency. Wait, I think I used the wrong abbreviation before. Hang on. What was the English proficiency thing? I don't have too much time today, but oh no, it is EF EPI. Interesting. I thought I was making that up. Okay, so right, EF EPI. So if you're learning statistics, this would be interesting, right? If you're looking at the EF EPI English rating, ask yourself something like, what can you use this data for? How can you interpret the data? What parameters did they use? Because the way this data is presented is usually for a universal layman. So people who don't do data very often. And the things that you're learning are the foundations of the data. So if you're curious about finding interest in how data is being used, you can look at ranking charts. And looking at ranking charts of your interest, and then see how their numbers are presented. Often it'll cover average, mean, rarely mode, possibly standard deviation. These are the bases of data. Sample size. And if you're willing to, we talk about pre-selection a lot. Pre-selection is what I was focusing on last time when I mentioned the EF EPI. And then if you can attach it to a purpose that you have, you'd be interested in it. Because in the future, you can also do things like this, where you take your Anki data, and you're splitting it into 3 categories, right now. So we have kanji, maybe words and sentences. Now the question is, if you actually want to compare these, how do you do that with data? You have something that is tracking data and has the capacity to generate generate the depiction of data. You doing it creates the data, but it has ways to present the data in a specific way. So whatever you learn in your data class can be applied to your Anki workflow, how you're interpreting it. And I can assure you, a vast majority of people do not understand how data informs decision making. Like, what I mean is, there was a time that they did. There was a time in high school and maybe even college that they learned the principles of data and then how that is used possibly for interpretation. And usually not really. And that data thing has become disused. As in, like, there's no it's a lack of use that no longer is useful. So whenever you say most people, every time you say most people or some people, when you did your Discord argument, when you argued against me on Discord suggesting that people, the word sufficiency in the context of necessity or necessary, you need to, in order to do that, when you were just saying you went to Discord and did a keyword search for this word, I made a lot of remark about sampling and how you're interpreting the conclusion and how you support the conclusion. Data analyses. Understanding how statistics work in data is why I was very adamant on pushing against your conclusions, because that's not how you use data to confirm a suspicion. Right. And those are all opportunities. So whenever you ask yourself, like, I wonder how successful people are using an SRS program, you can turn that into a use of data. One way is to data mine and approximate the population of all SRS systems, and you can randomly select them. So you'll pick like 5 or 10, right? There's SRS baked into a lot of apps, and then you can subdivide it into the type of approaches on the SRS system, and then find a ballpark rounding. So sometimes data can help you interpret significance. So this is a concept that does not exist in conversation anymore. Like it rarely, we're gonna say rarely exists, which is like probably less than 10% of the time talking about significance. So yesterday you told me it's not much different between necessary and sufficient when you used a keyword search in your Discord, right? Not much. I'm probably pretty sure you can't determine this because you didn't have sufficient data to determine its significance. So like a difference of 10% of a total, right? So 10% of a total. And then there's a difference between the usage case of 10% and 11%. Is that statistically significant? Versus like a word usage that occurs in 90% of something with the instance of 91% of the other thing. Which one is more statistically significant? And data will help, data analyses and stuff will be able to help you determine that without looking at confirmation biases. And if you know, you probably know that a delta of 1% of this total is greater than the delta of this one because it's a larger number, but the delta is 1. Now there are other ways. What is your sample size, right? And what is your total sample size? These will be parameters that determine if what you're saying is it's not much different, that it is different, or is likely to be different or not different, right? The difference of getting 0 things wrong and 1 thing wrong is incredibly significant. The thing that when you get 100 things right and you get 1 thing wrong, that is also significant. But if you get 100, I don't know, 100 the next day, and then you get 90 the next day, now we're talking about time, so it's a little tricky. So the next day you get 101, is this statistically significant? Sorry, I should use instead 99 here. It's a little easier to illustrate, right? So this delta is huge, but it's still a change of 1. This delta is less huge because it's a change of 1, but you have a larger sample. And that's kind of well related to what we were talking about this morning, when you get like 105 things right, and then you get stuck on 4 out of the 105 things. This is statistically negligible. It's negligible as in 4 out of the 105 is a small impact. So whenever I deal with it, whenever I like talk to people about their results and their data, like how to inform their performance and how to gauge their performance, sometimes your emotions, and stuff that you want to see may not necessarily be the most logical way of looking at it. So you can use data to inform yourself, are you making progress? However, the interpretation of data is somewhat subjective. So nowadays people use data subjectively and like purely subjectively, to the point where they can convince themselves anything because they cherry pick the data. And that's by manipulating sample. So if you want to convince yourself that whatever thing uses the theory CI to learn language, then you can put it into your search bar, and your sample size will generally be all SCI. And then if you cherry pick only the things you want to hear, then technically that's a manipulation of sampling. So you can also do behavioral outcomes. How often do you think of positive or negative things on the thing you're searching for? And if you can determine the frequency of doing this, you can use sampling to inform yourself, how do you balance the currents out, the frequency out, right? Data can also help with scheduling. Because a collection of data can be like a set of times. So then you can determine if you're losing time or gaining time, right? And then manage if the time changes and the things you're losing and gaining are either trending down or trending up. So then you can learn using data using trends, which you will probably learn soon. Data, usually you go over regression. You did show me that the expectations of the high paper, right? The high paper does pre-calculus, pre-calc, and advanced algebra. So generally you will learn about regression in data, probably. Like, are trends actually going up or trends going down? How to determine if that's a likely trend, significant trend, or an insignificant trend. And that's to analyze data. Analyze data before you make an interpretation. I think the vast majority of people online, what they do is they look at the data and follow the interpretation. They don't actually do any of their own analyses. They do not integrate data. They do not use those numbers to create cross-references or meta-analyses comparing different sources of sampling that they have. You can do a meta-analysis. A meta-analysis is when you compare two sets of data that wasn't collected together in order to use your statistics skills to see if they're either concordant with each other, as in like they converge on each other, or they diverge from each other, which is not what people do anymore. And the dawn of AI makes it so that it's even less likely that they will, because they're expecting AI to do the analyses. So whenever someone types in, do most English speakers have difficulty with learning Japanese? The AI is going to do the analyses and pump out an interpretation. And that interpretation is technically a meta, quote unquote, a meta analysis of a pool of existing data. But you have no idea the nature, no idea what the nature is of that data. You'll never see it. And that's what you're learning about. You're learning about this. How the data is processed and presented. How is it collected? How is it averaged? You're learning the foundations of how to determine how meta-analyses and how basically your AI models are creating decisions. Like, how do they make decisions? How do they decide that 5 fingers is problematic? You know, the whole joke about AI are really terrible with hands. How do you determine statistically why they have trouble having hands, or like the clock? Like why do the AI struggle with clocks? AI is data. That's how they determine these. So if you kind of understand a little bit about data, you can also use logic to make counter arguments to people's results. If you want to feel like you understand causality and correlation, that's probably data too. Some ideas. I'm spitballing, obviously. Until you discover something to hang on to. Hopefully some of that. I mean, when I first got into data, it was for statistics, like in college, not so much high school. High school, we did the math stuff. In high school, I took psychology statistics, or like population statistics. So largely all the things that deal with understanding the stuff you see on the internet, basically. Most of the stuff when you say, oh, this is healthy, this is not healthy, what does that mean? It doesn't mean a lot to me without the person demonstrating where their data came from, how they're comparing the data, what are the upper limits, lower limits, and limitations of their interpretation. I can respect their opinion, right? I can show you that I respect your opinion and what your beliefs are. If you're trying to convince me that that is the decision that is based on some sort of reliable converging evidence, then I'm going to take it with a grain of salt, because I won't recognize it as a potential evidence until the person who's saying it demonstrates that they understand the relationship between the things they're talking about. And usually that doesn't happen very often, and it's not really used in conversations. So underneath it all, like what's happening under my brain, like, you know, under the hood, all of that is happening under my hood. It's not like someone's asking me, hey, what do you think about my lifestyle choices of always, I don't know, we'll take one thing that we shared publicly, Mika, always drinking water. Like, is that the most ideal, most healthy way of doing things? And, you know, someone can suggest, well, it is a foregone conclusion that statistically everyone who only drinks water is going to be the healthiest population. And my first thought is, I'm willing to bet to you that you can't statistically prove that, nor can you scientifically prove that with statistical significance, because there's an adherence problem here. You're suggesting that the majority of people on this face of this planet drinks only water in order to have the data to support your sampling for only drinking water. I would argue that it is almost statistically insignificant to even have a sample size large enough to determine if people only drink water to begin with, right? Or even the type of water, or the quality of water, or even the accessibility of water. So we can go back and forth and chat and discuss about these things in concept, as opposed to having someone go around and convince you anything they say without your reassurance that you understand what they're saying is unlikely to happen. And in my opinion, understanding how data works, as well as being interested in science class using, you know, quote, the scientific method, is a way to give you the feeling that you can try to make sense of what people are saying. And data does do that too. Data doesn't only confuse people. I feel like a lot of times the irony here is a vast majority of people think data is clarifying their problems or clarifying for them their decision, but they're using it in a way that makes it more confusing in the long run, in my opinion. So for example, oh yeah, this game is so good because lots of people buy it, and lots of people And then therefore what they do is they take a leap of logic and say, oh yeah, this game sold 30 million copies. That means everyone loves this game. They know exactly what's in the game. And hear me out. In the reality is, statistically, the vast majority of people don't finish the game. In fact, the vast majority of people don't even play more than half the game of those popular games. So that's a leap of logic. That's an understanding that you don't have the data to say that. You're using a leap of logic in order to say that from the data that exists. The data literally does not say that. It says a lot of people buy the game, right? The game sold a lot of copies. That's all it says. And then if you go around convincing people like, oh yeah, so many people love this game, it's like the data does not say that. It doesn't say anything about how much people like the game they purchased. So that to me is a great way to emphasize what data can tell you and what it can't tell you or doesn't tell you. Something a good one that I think people did a lot of essays for. Here's another bonus. It may help you want to watch people that actually analyze data versus people who want to express opinions. It could be an alternative entertainment, right? For example, people say $80, right, is expensive for video games. Right? This is the new like top gold standard. GTA 6 next year is going to be $80. Now the question is, how do you know this is expensive? I'm going to tell you now though, the vast majority of people are going to say a lot of factors that are not grounded in data. It's going to say like, well, you know, it used to be $70, now it's $80, so it's more expensive. I'm like, yeah, but it doesn't say expensive video game. You're not that an increase in $10. Yes, it's more expensive than it was. That is the accurate way of saying 70 is less than 80. That's not what you told me. You try to convince me that video games are expensive because they became $80. Your data is before it was 70, now it's 80. It's more expensive than before. Your logic is telling me it's too expensive. Leap of logic. There's no, like, it doesn't say that. That's not how you rationalize what that means. So that's kind of the thing. My favorite use, Mika, I know you don't play video games very often and you might not have a lot of time to play video games. Most of those data skills, video games. Video games, especially games that deal with like mathematical calculations. I mean, sounds like what type of mathematical calculation? Card games. This is what I've used most of my data skills since high school and then into college. I play card games. So whenever you have to like play against someone, RPG games, and we're not talking about like role playing, we're talking about the underlying mechanics of RPG games. So things like permutations, interactions, multiplicative effects, exponential effects. You're probably going to go into that, like exponential data. There's exponential growth is probably one of the things, right? Logarithmic growth, or I guess arithmetic. I don't know what the other thing is, like linear growth, something like that, or additive growth, right? These are things you're going to learn in data. So what if someone says, oh my gosh, this video is gonna go viral, what does that even mean? right? What does a video going viral mean? Someone could say like, oh, the views just explode, and I'm like, okay. So if a video has 100 views, and then this person like, oh yeah, it exploded. It had 3,000 views the next day. So in one day, delta t of 1, there was a 2,000 change in views. If this is the metric, if this is the barometer for this guy thinking that a video exploded, then it would include like 90% of like regular, I would say not 90 is a little high. See, I'm using data right now in my head. Like, I would say greater than 50% of videos would explode. So to me, it helps me understand people as well. Where if they think a delta of 2,000 views in a single day is considered going viral, then if I think about it, is this person's logic is that nearly 50% or more, I'm going to argue even more, maybe 50% is pretty good. And like I can think of the saturation of videos that don't ever see the light of day, right? Okay, actually, now that I think about it, we're going to say at least around 50% will be viral to this person. Because that's what they're telling me. They're telling me that a delta of 2,000 views at any time per day, like any day, not across days, is their metric for saying a video is hot. Right. There's been a lot of mentions of E, what makes E significant? Oh yeah, E, unfortunately you're gonna have to teach me that and remind me that again, because E is, I think E is the thing that you're talking, I'm guessing E was the constant. E is the constant in which you calculate sample size. You talk about I'm going to say the sample size and its distribution across the range. So like I'm guessing, like I don't remember these things anymore, but E would be if you have a distribution. So this is the distribution. When it's significant, it means that it's not by chance. So you're taking into account all the factors that contribute. Say you ask 100 people and ask them to say yes or no. What are the chances? Or no, that's not a good one. It needs something. Let's say if they like something that you're suggesting, right? And then you plot it on a scale. I don't know, just this is not great. Not great. So I mean, they could say yes, no, like maybe, or undecided. To get back to you if you want, I can ask 100 people to pick yes or no and get back to you if you want. That's fine. The idea is when you're trying to do a statistic, you're trying to say you're answering a question, right? And this is a bad yeah, this would not So let's say you get something and you get 50 people say yes, 50 people say no, right? Now you're trying to figure out if this is different from this. That's what E is trying to measure. But it's a little bit more clearer if you look at all the numbers you're collecting and how they go into calculating E. That would be a better way to say it. So what makes 50 in yes different? Are they different than 50 from no? Obviously, if it's 50-50, then the answer is no. E would be very, very good, as in whatever the relationship between the constant E or like the significance is going to tell you that yes, like no, there's no statistical significance. There's no difference between people who like it and people who don't. However, if you need to figure out, say, 75 people and 25 people said yes and no, is this statistically significant? So in a random distribution, how much different do they have to be? So the E is saying how much different does it have to be one way or the other to be different? So like if 50 more people, so you're saying like 75, right? Like 50 more people say yes. Does that mean that 75 is significantly different from 25? Can chance explain it? And this is not exactly it. You would have to collect multiple samples. So like you tried this 5 times. So the last time, the next 5 times, you've got this. So these are your numbers. Or it's out of 100, so I actually have to like pair them up. So hold up. Just kidding. That's terrifying what I just did. It's out of 100, right? So I have to go the opposite direction. My bad. What number is this? We're gonna say 70. So if you only given them 2 choices, yes or no, and you got these numbers, and you took the average of this number, and you took the average of this number, that means there's noise, right? That means the number fluctuates. So when you present an average, there's a range that they can have. When you're measuring the range of these things, it will tell you what are the chances that this is just happenstance, right? When you flip a coin, heads or tails, and you keep getting, you're not expecting 50-50. The real results would be something like 50, like if you flip 100 times, maybe like 53 to 47, 56 to math hard 44. Then it goes the other way, like it's 52 to 48. That when you collect all these numbers, there's going to be a distribution that you're trying to test, and usually I don't know what 2 standard deviations from a 50-50 is. I'm guessing like the depending on your threshold, I'm gonna guess it's like 5% this side and 5% this side. So if it's 5% of things and you have 100, then it's plus or minus 5. That sounds a little low. It's probably plus or minus 10. So we're just gonna say 10 is the statistical significant threshold. So that means that when you flip a coin, right? When you flip a coin, it can go as high as 40 to 60, not 40 to 60. Yes. Yes. And then 60 to 40. And it would still be chance. So it's not statistically significant. You've now pinged a bunch of people asking for yes or no as a response and waiting for your vote. What do you think the results would be? I don't know. You gotta find out. I would say, depending on how so you need to determine what your sample is, right? So did you actually ping a random sample of people? That's the first thing you have to determine. Are they random? So I'm gonna argue behaviorally, no, it's not random. So then, because I know it's not random, your sample is people with the event ping role. Okay. So in Discord, so we already have a problem here. We have sampling for Discord. And depending on how you wrote the answer, so your methodology matters. So whenever you keep telling, you're doing the internet thing where you ask for results, but you don't explain how you did the experiment. So like, depending on how you ask the question, is it neutral? I'm going to assume it's neutral, right? Now we got to determine if the sample size is random based on their behavior. I'm going to say it's no, because there's suspicion a lot of times. So if we had to guess a random distribution, I would say it's going to be, like, in terms of no, I think no might be higher. So we're going to say it's going to be, no is going to be like right here. And there's going to be a slight enrichment for no. I'm guessing, because I don't know the sample. But the range could be here, but you only did one experiment. So you can't determine statistical significance off one experiment. So you have to do this like 10 times. We're going to assume yes or no event. There's a thread below. You can reply saying yes or no. Please do not send multiple or you'll be disqualified. That rest of the stuff is a problem, and thread will be locked after 100 prompts. Like, to say send multiple messages or you'll be disqualified, that is controlling something, but we'll not go into that for now. And then you have to do it with multiple times. You have to do multiple times, right? In order to get an average. But since we're gonna assume, let's say you get the let's say you want to compare just one sample, then no, you can't tell. Because if you only do it once, it can be a fluke. There's no way to tell what the statistical average is. So there's no E. E doesn't exist yet. So your guess is as good as mine. I'm gonna say this time around, there will be more no's than yes. Because it's the first time you did it, and I'm going off suspicion. Yes or no? If your Discord is largely more negative, it's safer to say no than to say yes to something. That's a behavioral understanding, not anything that's grounded in statistics. You would have to do this multiple times, on multiple days, on multiple occasions, and then take the average. And then when you have an average, you're going to have a range. And in my opinion, there's a higher chance that there's no statistical significance. However, since you're in the Discord and you're all right, it sounds like you have an experiment. Remember that when you're asking me a question about an experiment, the whole point of collecting the data is to find out what that is. You're not trying to predict what the data is. That's hypothesis driven. You're talking about hypothesis driven data collection. There's a big danger about hypothesis driven data. Basically, you're looking for the data now. For me, I'm trying to take as many variables. No, you were just curious. Yeah, so my inclination is on Discord, there's a lot of factors, so you have to take into sampling factors. Right? Sampling factors. What are potential sampling factors of this? You're a mod. You're a mod, right? Oops. Bad English. I really can't do more today, so we have to move on after this. You're a mod. You're a mod, right? It's not just anyone posting it. You're a mod, right? It was not prefaced, right? So oftentimes that means ulterior motives. However, since I don't know the profile of your Discord, we don't know, we have to measure the profile of the people. So the people could be, are they typically negative? Are most of them guarded? So I'm building a profile. So when you're asking me, I need to make a prediction, right? I'm building a profile, and profiles are based on statistics. Most of the time, I know that if a mod is already guarded, typically, so I know you fairly well, Mika, then it is more statistically likely that it's not random, it's more of a reflection of the person, because it would be where they belong. So they are more statistically likely to be these things off of what I know about you. And this is all prediction. It's not accurate. It's not the reality. So if I knew that it's a guarded community filled with people who relate on being guardedness, right? I don't think you understand what I'm saying, but yes, the server is a partial reflection of you. It will always, the servers are always a partial reflection of someone. That's what I'm trying to demonstrate here. If you're asking to predict on sample size, that is true. That's what I'm assuming or presuming to be true. It's not saying it is true. What you're trying to discover is if it is true. So the whole point of profiling is this is hypothetical. This is a hypothesis-driven call. So if they are, then they would lean to no. This is taking in like maybe another 8 hours worth of converging evidence that would suggest that you will probably get more no's than yes. Is that statistically significant? No, it's not. There's a sampling bias. It's not random. And because you're acknowledging that the server is a partial reflection of you, kind of goes hand in hand with that. So if you really wanted to know if yes and no is statistically significant, you would need to get a random, and also it has to be blinded. And what is double-blinded study is, you don't know what the reason for that is, and you do not have this information. I do. So if I were to get you to do an experiment, to ask people yes or no, I'm not telling you what I think. I'm not telling you what I'm doing the experiment for. You are handling the methodology of the experiment without any expectations of what to see. So if in fact your first round of experiments come back that it leans towards yes, it's still not true yet. You don't know the statistical significance until you read it to a substantial event and to a substantial effect, while trying to keep and control all your conditions the same in order to determine if it isn't just by chance that's what happens. And remember that chance is not the same as ideal. it's actually the opposite of ideal. You're trying to figure out the statistical significance by removing chance. So whenever you say you're improving, for example, right? Let's say for the first month, your time average is around, I don't know, 5 minutes, or let's just say 10 minutes per mile. Like you started your fitness journey, right? 10 minutes per mile, right? And then this is the range. So this is the range, and this is your average. These are the first things you're probably gonna learn in data, where on a graph, what does it look like? The average, and then there's a range, right? And then the next month, month 2, your average is this, and this is your range. So maybe your average is 9 minutes per mile. Did you see an improvement in your mile time? One way you can look at it is, oh yeah, your average went down, so that's good. Is it statistically significant? Well, you have to take into account all the noise, because some days you have higher, some days you have lower. So oftentimes when it's depicted in a graph, does this range overlap with this range here, like in this bracket? The answer is yes. So it is unlikely to be statistically significant the way you're either recording it or the way you're doing it. There is too much inconsistency. And what have we talked about for the last 3 or 4 days about looking at progress and routine? You can't know things for sure without being consistent enough. And that is also true with statistics. If there's too much margin of error, this is often a range can be depicted as a margin of error. It creates a margin of error. And that E, I think, is more in line with like, what is the spread? What is the spread of your data? Because if one day, like, if your mile times in the first month, by the way, this is a huge range. Usually mile times are not that big. I'm illustrating a point. These are not real scenarios. So in your first month, you could be like 10 minutes, or 10 minutes and 3 seconds. 10 minutes and 1 second. 10 minutes. So you're having changes of seconds. When you're taking into account seconds with respect to minutes, the margin of error is quite small. Like the margin of chance as well is small, right? It's small. So when you have 9 minutes, and then you still have that margin of error, like 9 minutes, 3 seconds, 9 minutes and 1 second, and you take this, you can measure if this is significant by methods of calculating E, which E takes into account how many times you have recorded something in a sample versus this. So this is an N equals 3, N equals 3. And even despite that, you can have very few samples and you can still be incredibly statistically significant from each other. Like 10 minutes and 9 minutes is it's a bigger delta than a range of seconds in error or inconsistency, right? So one thing to have in data is to have high consistency, right? High consistency, that is more like precision. That's the word that we're looking for. Precision, high precision, and consistency. Consistency is like it's a given. And then there's ideas of precision. So what is the margin of error or noise? And then there's accuracy. Data now sounds much more interesting than previously. Yeah, because now, like, hear me out. If anything is a good motivation, it allows you to say, how can I answer questions if I'm too emotional? For example, like, hear me out. I know the last thing you want to do online is to data mine some more and get caught up in numbers, but there is a very big benefit or like a usefulness to data. When you're really emotional and you're not sure how to measure progress, I think that's a great word for language learning, right? Understanding how data works can offer you ideas to measure things. So a lot of times people look at Anki and they look at their streak and they look at, I don't know, their combo days or their bonuses or how many kanji they learn per day. That's data. However, what you're learning in class is how to interpret that data. In my opinion, people who hate math, who doesn't care about statistics, do not understand how to use data to inform their decision, not their emotions, right? Most of the time, I think when someone says, oh yeah, data says, or research suggests, those people are making a comment. They are reporting something. They're not specifically analyzing the data and saying that the data says this. That's what was written. So oftentimes, most people, when you hear online, I would say way more than 50% people, when they say, oh, most people do this, this is what they're doing. Rarely it has anything to do with understanding where the data came from and how to interpret the data. When someone says, oh yeah, Americans are usually really bad at this, that's not data. That's a commentary. That's reporting. As in they heard it enough so it suddenly becomes true. Or it is true and it became true because a lot of people talk about it. That's still reporting. It has very little to do with the source of the data. And right now, the internet, if you want a special power, I suppose, a special interest, you could explain data. And that's usually something that I save for my own data that I generate. So whenever I'm talking about like my workflow, and I talk about like high frequency errors, I still don't actually say the raw data. I don't share raw data. I share where my errors are. Like, okay, this is a high frequency error, so I suggest changing this. And this is how I'm going to change it because, I don't know, 70% of the time I get stuck at this position. And the 70% is of the 10% of the time when I get stuck at the step before it. That type of thing is me attempting to generalize the raw data so that people can report upon it. So I'm giving a report now. So whenever you see a influencer or content creator that says, oh yeah, this is what I've learned about my process. I noticed that a lot of people have this problem. They have already interpreted the data. As in, they're giving you a report of what the data is. You never see the data. So I would say more than 50%. Like right now, what I'm doing is I'm ballparking my interpretations. I would argue more than 50% of people, whenever they say they have evidence to prove what they're saying, they never show the evidence. The evidence is never there. You are on a trust me, bro, like hear me out situation. When you buy a product like Lingua, I looked up the site that Bree was mentioning yesterday, like Lingua, I guess that's how it's pronounced. And no data, no statistics, no methodology. Not LingQ. It's a LingQ competitor though. We're talking about it's something new, and actually it's being compared to LingQ, which is what Bree shared with me. So when I look at their site, no data, no methodology, just a bunch of results, just a bunch of reports, and not even results. It's more like so these are red flags to me. There are 3 tabs at the top right. So you have a screen, right? There's 3 tabs at the top right. How it works, why it works. Is it very trust me, bro? We'll see. So when I click on this tab, because I want to know how it works, what they did was they dropped CI, a bunch of new catchphrases, and then that's how it works. It doesn't explain anything. When you click on why it works, it's a rearrangement of the exact panels. The very first thing is CI still, but it's a rearrangement. So they shuffled things around with the same wording to explain why it works. There's no data, no statistics, no accountability. There's not even a logic to what it is. And that's what I see. That doesn't mean that's what other people see. What I was looking for is, how does it work? Where's the data? If you don't have the data, then explain the methodology. I saw a panel and a result. And the panel is some art, some like generated art. So art results. Art results. That doesn't explain how or why it works. It legitimately does not explain that. And the last panel is pricing. And then maybe there might be one more like info. I was trying to look for their info. And in the website, right in the middle, it has a quote from a polyglot. And I looked up that polyglot's name. I'm not going to write the name because I don't remember the name. I don't really follow polyglots. And this person was well respected. Quote unquote, random sample size. My random sample size sampling is I looked at 3 different outlets. Reddit, Quora, oh actually more, Twitter, YouTube, there's one more, right? And this person had a quote, and it was something like, oh, you know, I since I use this, it helped me engage in a certain way, you know, the buzzwords, right? Now the question is, this person is a polyglot. They speak 15 languages. I'm like, wow, 15 languages is a lot. And he claims to be fluent in 10 of them. I'm like, maybe that's true. The question is, does this group inform this person, who has a good reputation, by the way? A good reputation according to the likely statistical sample size of at least 5 social media platforms. is this person aware that he is being used in front of their site, because their site is telling me is unprofessional. It is unprofessional, it doesn't have accountability, and when I look at terms, contracts, and services, they are really questionable in optics. I'm not saying they are, I'm saying it appears like it. So even say they quote this guy, right? They quote this guy. Give me the evidence. Where did this person say the quote? Show me the YouTube video or the site or the interview that had this quote in context. Because I don't know if you've ever seen a movie trailer before, but when someone says surprisingly, surprisingly ... superb, and then the movie has like a 3 out of 10 average, right? So quotes doesn't really help. That's a testimonial, and you'll probably learn about how testimonials factor into sample size. Testimonials are not fantastic, and they are also self-selected. And if they were previously sponsored, that leads even more to sampling bias. And when you scroll down through the pages, it has a bunch of quotes from Discord. So a bunch of random quotes from people in Discord, and it's only positive things. Now, where's the data? There isn't any, because all the quotes you have are due to sampling bias. Right? Because in my opinion, when you're having a product and you're using testimonials, if 100% of the things are positive, then the first thing I want to think about is, in terms of data or like perspective, is, okay, now I'm gonna go Google critiques or criticisms of this product. And if there is 0%, then all right, I have a converging evidence to believe maybe it's the best thing since sliced bread. But if they're presenting it like that, I am more likely to use data to test this. And that's called null hypothesis testing. In science, you have a hypothesis a lot of times. And in order to prevent yourself from looking for the data, and it's different from collecting data, you're looking for the data. As in, you think the world is garbage and everyone hates you. So if your hypothesis is everyone hates you, then you can look for the data and convince yourself it's true. The difference is, in the scientific method, when you learn hypotheses, you also learn how to test the hypotheses. And one of them is the null hypothesis testing, which is, if you think the world hates you and people are just really cynical and they really hate you, you have to test that people don't hate you. That's how you normalize not looking for a selection bias, or it's trying to convince yourself that your data that you're collecting is also the data you want to see. That's what makes scientific rigor difficult, because when you start testing the other possibilities, against the other possibilities, like you're trying to convince yourself, you're trying to falsify your hypotheses. The harder you try, the more likely it's true. It's easier to falsify something than to prove something. It's generally, most of the time, it's true. So if you can't prove the opposite, then it is far more likely what you're thinking is true. And that's what data is supposed to help you with. Data is supposed to help you with that. And it also means not looking for the data. So in my expectations, you build expectations on this type of rigor. It's not true most of the time. When someone gives you advice, they're going to say, oh yeah, right, this is the best way to learn Japanese. Based on what? It's like, well, you know, I had a bunch of friends and they all agree with me. Okay, what about the people that are not your friends? Do they always agree with you? That's null hypothesis testing. Like, I'm not doing the data. I'm not talking about the methodology. I'm using questioning to determine if they have an understanding of what they're telling me. If you're telling me this is the best thing since sliced bread for language learning on your site, on your optics, on your business model, or whoever polyglot you're testimonially quoting, what about the people who don't use your product? What product are they using? Who's your competitor? What are they saying about your competitor who's also saying something about you? Those are all the things that I want to collect. And that's a metadata. That's metadata on top of data that I don't have privilege to. So a metadata is when you take existing interpretations, right? You can do meta. Meta just means like the next one layer on top, right? One layer removed, basically. So if a lot of people have opinions, right? A says Anki's the best, like group A, like this person. Then you can ask for a second opinion. Someone says, I don't know, Ling Q is the best. And eventually, when you collect enough, 2,000 people, you can do a meta analysis of their opinions. Because their opinions in the post-internet age is probably based on some other person's data. Now, this is where it gets tricky, because if all of these people are getting turns out that they're getting their data from the same data source, then your meta-analysis is garbage. All of this stuff is a problem because no one tracks where their data comes from and how it's recorded. So whenever you're online and you always feel like everyone has an opinion, because they do. Everyone has an opinion. Even most people who present data and evidence, or evidence-based or science-based, it's not based on analyzing the data. They're doing a meta-analysis on something. There are channels out there that generate their own data and then test it in a control environment. Maybe not double-blinded, but generally speaking, there are different qualities. And there are individuals who go out of their way to spend the time collecting the data. What does that look like for language learning? Me, WaniKani, 300 plus days. Hanzahiro, 300 plus days. I kept track of a lot of things over time. And then I'm going to tell you what I think of my data. That is my data. When you use something for a month, that is your data. But if you use and vibe for a month, that's no data. I mean, maybe some data. Well, let's not try to be too extreme. That's some data. Because you can't analyze it. You're not comparing anything. You vibed it. So your data is not data, it's results. When you vibe, your results is the consequence of the data you did not record or keep track of or notice. You have results. So no data analyses. So whenever someone says, oh yeah, my data suggested that this is the best way to learn Japanese, I don't see any data. You basically said, trust me, bro, my results speak for themselves. And that's fine. To me, please try not to misinform me to tell me that you have data. If you have data, you would show it and then show how your conclusion and your results relate to the data. And for the record, whenever I do a review for 100-day reviews, I don't actually say I have statistical significance to believe these things. I'm telling people in general, this is what I have chosen to do, relatively speaking. I rarely said I took a stringent scientific approach to finding out what works for me. I evaluate as frequently as I can, but since I'm not presenting you with the data, there's no scientific evidence or logic to believe that whatever I'm doing is statistically significant and or informative to anyone. And I'm a sample size of 1. So like as a person, so it's a grain of salt. You take it with a grain of salt. That doesn't stop hundreds, if not thousands of people who use self-selected, non-independent, or third-party verified, peer-reviewed guarantees on the product that they sell. I would argue, again, I'm not privy to this data, but as far as my anecdotal experience goes, nearly 90% of when things are advertised to me or someone shares with me is not based on any of these things. You might get large sample size. You might get a large sample size. Does that stop me from trying their tools and stuff? No, it doesn't, because if data is not sufficient, there's one way to find out. One way to find out if it works. And that comes back to your relationship that you and I have, Mika. You have to do it to gain experience. So anytime a young person who's like trying to soak in data, they're actually soaking in opinions. They're soaking in interpretations and opinions. So whenever someone says like, oh yeah, lots of people do this. Yeah, the opinion is lots of people do this. You don't know. Most of these things you rarely do know. You have no data to prove that. So oftentimes the solution is often to get the person to do it. Because the internet has become very good at jumping to conclusions. And the creators, the people who are offering info, are doing this not intentionally to be misleading, is because it's efficient. And it's incentivized. How is it incentivized? Money, views, scalability. So it's not like they're deliberately withholding information. If you withhold information and jump to conclusions, you get higher efficiency, higher incentives, more money, more views, more scalability. So at the cost of allowing people to analyze your things, it would take too much time. And then the consumer end, or quote unquote, the viewer, has gotten accustomed to using opinions as a way to determine certainty. Well, so far certainty is more so a probability. But that's not how people interpret it. Most people think that an opinion is not even an opinion, it's fact. And then opinion turn into fact, which turn into certainty. So whenever someone says like, oh yeah, if I start this, like 9 out of 10 chance, or like most people will give me, will hate me for saying this. I'm like, yeah, based on what? Like, well, you know, most people said this. I'm like, okay. I'm still getting most people. I have no idea how you're getting that. And they're like, oh, if I listen, you know, I listen to this person and they say there's a lot of people who do this. I'm still getting a lot of people. Like, I don't understand. Like, what I mean is, I understand their feelings. I don't understand their logic. There's a leap of logic. Like, what is a lot of people? Is that, like, sometimes when I go into a room, I think 10 people is a lot of people. And then when I look at a content creator, I mean, I think 1 million people is a lot. 1 million subs, that's a lot. Can you negotiate the understanding of, are these numbers statistically significant to you? Data analyses. Okay, I'm like, that's probably where I'm gonna stop. I think I have to finish my lesson. But anyways, data. And trust me, bro, is the trust me, bro, is the phrase I would use. And I'm gonna tell you now, there are people you can trust. And there are people you can't trust. Or there are people you are less likely to trust, and there are people you would trust. And to me, how they speak, how they communicate their opinions and their disclaimers and considerations, that's who I trust. I don't trust they have to convince me to trust them if they come at me and say, oh, you're doing it wrong. And I'm like, now I'm less and less likely to trust you. That doesn't mean I can't. You gotta work up. Someone who can say that to a stranger immediately without any form of explanation is someone I am less likely to trust. Not that I don't respect them. You know, they're a human being. I respect their opinion. If they're trying to push a fact onto me without any form of supporting evidence, you're gonna have to get me to trust you. Probably by not making bold claims without any substantial demonstration that you understand. It's similar to whenever I talk to people about being introverted, ADHD, believing that they're the only ones that have any particular specific permutation of problems or something like that. Data could help find some clarity on that, possibly. All right, let's get back.
トム 雰囲気
Okay.
Thank you.
Oops. It's not research, but academic inquiry. Similar. One has a slightly, possibly negative connotation.
同期中
Dokichu. Synchronize. Having a good drawing session today, struggling a bit to transfer the 3D nature of your sketch to the sketch with character details, clothing though? I see. Interesting. So you're drawing two separate things and then you're bringing them together? Or like two separate processes? You do a sketch and then you render it in 3D of your sketch. as a separate process. Denkisaku.
電気柵
Denkisaku.
孫
Mago. Hi.
不快
Hi.
尋問
Jingmon.
Doromizu.
Doromizu. You try to just do anatomy sketch first, as that's most comfortable for you. Okay, then you add lines to show the form in a more 3D way. Then make it 30% transparent and draw the character over it. Ah, okay, okay. That sounds like a good routine. Oh, it would be interesting to hear you explain it in that way a little bit down the line with your Anki stuff.
適当
So, it's kind of like suitable. Oh wait, it is suitable. Unexpected there. Dang it. Go beyond. What did I use for edu? Oh, I did. I know what I used for edu. Oh, edu.
超える
It's funny you say that, as folds have been the semester 1 class focus and you've done well at that, but yet you struggle with the simplified anime folds. That's interesting. What does it have to be? Simplified anime folds? Art class was much more realism focused, but does it have to be one thing? Like, the answer could be simply yes. Like, it has to be one thing. Then I'm okay with that. I haven't ever thought of drawing art in the way that it would confine me to some archetype.
半径
Okay. You mean if it doesn't have to be simplified, but the sort of style you want to try to reach is simplified-ish? Okay. Back to what you want. Fair enough.
快
Hey,
楽
okay. Oh, Saka.
作家
Author. Omi.
富
Omi. Otaka. 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 You'll send the anatomy sketch and character in the DC if you want. It's up to you. I mean, I have my I know what anime-ish simplified clothing is. My curiosity is if you're good at something but you want something else, that's perfectly fine. It sounds like you're good at making realistic folds but not at something you haven't practiced, so that seems reasonable. My first thought was it would be really interesting to have an anime with realistic clothing. That would be something that would be kind of cool. And as a personal share, my art doesn't confine to that either. It's whatever mix match. So it could be something that has a simplified character while having it's usually a mosaic of things. largely because I like exploring things. However, confining to convention can create consistency. So it's nice that you know what you want and you're working towards it. A difference in opinion, right, and approach. Knit.
探す
Nagasu.
照れる
Tereru. Oops. Oh wait. Or is this? Wait. Yes. Every time you get rid of the first sketch, everything looks so flat. Okay. That's a problem, I suppose. Uh,
旗
hmm. Hold up. It's boisterous. What is good? Oh, did I use good? I think I used good. So what's good? Or soul? Oh, no, it's not. It's not haku. It's definitely, oh no, not boisterous, but something like to not make noise, right? So like sawaku.
騒ぐ
There's a interesting video that someone of very notable name suggested as a counter thesis to something that I've taken into consideration lately as well. And that's the idea that intention, to have the intent, may not be sufficient to keep someone motivated or to achieve a desired effect. And that's usually a nice alternative approach. And sometimes I feel like when it comes to creation, intent can be disarming just as much as it is motivating. So like it can be demotivating as much as it's motivating. And oftentimes creative intent is one that does not allow for creativity with too much intention. And this is one of those situations where the intent is obscuring the ability to explore and create. So sometimes intention is not sufficient. And whenever the way you described your problems deal with a hyper focus on intent. Even though art can also be a creative process in itself. Why am I in? No. In. Look at. Oh, 一覧。
一覧
一覧。
墓地
Here's an interesting question. When you say you want to reach a simplified-ish style, that is from your understanding, conceptual understanding of what simplified style is, or are you imagining? Are you visualizing what the simplified style is, or do you have to do it to see if it's simplified? So like you do it and then you look at it and it's like, okay, it's not simplified.
Yoku ne
Kyotan.
That's hard to explain. You'll think about it. Fair enough. I'll leave it to you. I'll leave you to it. Sku.
すく
Sku. Rescuer. It's a rescue.
Teki
Oh no. How do I spell this? No. Okay. Oh no. Yeah. That's not how you spell it. It's fine.
棒
So, Satsue.
撮影
Oh,
陸軍
One side of the hair looks longer. Time for some liquefy.
Yokugetsu.
Yokugetsu.
結婚
翌朝
Indeed, liquefy exist.
匂う
針
Hari.
Mokuzai.
Mokuzai. Okay. Haku wa hakuran kai.
博覧会
Now the face look warped. No, you'll just reach all that side. Fair enough. Liquefy takes a bit of finesse as well. Boop, boop.
遊ぶ
What the? Ste?
捨て
Eh, Messenger. Mediator? Okay, messenger is fine. You're trying to do perspective and win one sketch and you're half regretting it? Okay.
日本的
One, two.
Ikutsu
Ikutsu. Jutsu. Hmm.
漏水
Rosui. Same difference.
サイド
Saido. Do things you don't often do much. I see. That can be rough. Or it can also be incredibly rewarding. Ooh, what? Weak. Oh,
漏れる
moreru. Hmm.
おいしい
Oishii. Uh,
国旗
Koki.
切符
Kipu.
予約
Yoyaku. Uh,
象徴
Chocho. Ah, characteristics or features? Like nature? Ooh. Oh, no, wait. Well, it's kind of like an expression. Mark? Oh, no. Symbol. Symbols. Hito. Gowashi. Or gowashi. Hito gowashi. Oh, wait. Oh, no. Hito. Goroshi.
人殺し
Goroshi.
す
野菜
野菜
Thanks, random box of weird. Hmm. Okay.
翌日
Seeing a couple cards from earlier here today. Yeah. Onomu? No. Yeah. Kakomu?
囲む
Well, I think I might have to change. This is way too long ago. Yeah. Too long ago. How long was most of the stuff you're seeing working on, or is it quite scattered? It's usually it's something a long time ago and something in the middle on long days. So today's a long day. So it's something really long ago, like over 200 days ago, roughly. Something about maybe 2 or 3 months ago, and then something 2 weeks ago, and then we're doing the current one, which was the last 2 days. Today is a triple stack day, which doesn't really happen. That is why I have to keep on task, because of the digression. I will have another like 70 more reviews after this. I don't know, like that one might also be somewhere. I'll come back. I think I gotta make some time here. Like Yoyaku is like 200 days ago. Yoyaku is burned. So some of the stuff that you saw that is obviously here, they're getting burned, as in they're getting removed from the rotation. So they were 6 months ago. It's either 6 or I don't remember. It's like 6 or 8 months is when they get burned. Yeah. That's assuming that you get them right. If you get them wrong, they come back and more frequently. That's on a level, it's kind of on a maturation system too. But since I don't use one-time mistakes, so you can only get them wrong or right. So when you get them wrong, they'll come back more frequently next time. So like if it was a 6-month period and you get it wrong, then it'll come back in a 3-month period, and then it'll go back to 6-month period. You don't get to choose per se how you respond or score your points, like score your stringency. It's not. Self-evaluation is not part of WaniKani, which is, in my personal opinion, something that now I know that's how that Anki has that feature, and now I'm kind of curious what the statistical breakdown is of people using self-evaluation on Anki. Because if you're inexperienced, self-evaluation can be very tricky. It can mislead you into things. And one of the many flags for someone who has poor self-evaluation is someone who is inconsistent. Right? Like, I can see myself using Anki very well for the self-evaluation, but I could also see that I don't need it, because I already self-evaluate myself. And I evaluate it not based on a case-to-case basis, but I self-evaluate based on a day-to-day basis, and then do a bigger evaluation every month, and then a bigger evaluation every 3 months, and then a bigger evaluation every 6 months, and then a bigger evaluation every 1 year, while maintaining the routine for the daily review, weekly review. So they're simply staggered around. Evaluating within the day is done through problem solving. So when I make a mistake, I evaluate it there and then. I don't wait for it to repeat again. I try not to rely on repeats. I don't believe in mass inputs that much. Like, I don't rely on mass input. I think lifestyle choices are much better than mass input. So whenever someone says like, oh, you know, I primarily use immersion to learn, and I'm like, yeah, that's mass input. And what I mean by that is when people say they're immersing, they're intentionally scheduling time to immerse in things. And that works really well. That also levies repeated exposure over and over again. I don't do that. My lifestyle choices are what causes me to apply those things regularly. And when I'm actively doing something, I'm working on encoding. So how good is my quality of learning the thing the first time? And then in the second time, in the third time, it's to keep that amount of times reduced. So my memory might seem like I remember things well because I practice on it, not because I rely on the crutch of mass input. Mass input is when you hope that you get slammed with the same thing over and over again to the point where you'll remember it and it'll stick. There are also people who do both. They use mass input and also spend a lot of active time making sure every mass input or most of the mass input mean a lot of things. Usually when you do mass input and you scale up what I do, which is quality encoding, it will take too long. So not a lot of people have that time. So you either use mass input, which is jam as much stimuli and repetition and exposure and dynamics as you can in the smallest amount of time you can. That's like immersing in the most densely, nearly comprehensible environment. That's fine. For me, I take whatever smaller details or details available to me and I create something with it. I create an association. So I prefer not to sit there and smash my face and eyes with the same thing or rework the same thing. When I rework it, it has to be high quality. The association has to be high enough quality so that I'm not telling myself, oh, is it because I just saw it 100 times or 300 times without me thinking about it that I remembered it? Or is it because I literally wanted to remember this thing and I did? And everywhere in between, right? And anything in between. You can do both at the same time. As much as I do this for a living, like, or not necessarily for a living, but I do this full time, I don't do this full time. I don't sit here and do flashcards full time. So the skill that I'm doing is not specific to WaniKani. It's specific to me watching a movie one time, anime one time, someone telling me a piece of information one time. So I want to be able to collect as much information the first time through because life doesn't always offer you repeats over and over again. You want it to, but sometimes I still ask, by the way, like if Bree mentioned something and I forgot it, I would know the details around it to bring up the example again in order to clarify the details. I need to me, I'm compulsively practicing how to retrieve an instance of something, not the 1,000 times you've seen this word used in several contexts, so then you don't know which of the 1,000 times is which 1,000 times. You take an average of it. And to me, that's one of the biggest disagreements with people talking with me about the way they remember things. Because on the internet, you remember things by mass input. I don't remember things by mass input. I remember things by mass application and association. So if I need to remember this, right, the first time it's introduced, I will spend the dedicated time. I would slow down, look at all the things I can do with it and could do now, and then move along. So my lessons are slow and methodical. My reviews are fast and efficient because I don't have to worry about forgetting them. I forget less. I'm more consistent at remembering the things that I spent time remembering in the first place. I watch a movie not for the overall gist, and then hope to watch it another 100 times to get the overall gist and the details. I want to watch it with the most intent I can, gather the most detail, and if I watch it again, it'll be different for more details. So this is pretty much how I feel whenever someone tells me, oh yeah, you know, I learned Japanese by spending the next 12 hours listening passively to native Japanese speakers talk about language in their way. So if I heard 大丈夫です and, you know, ありがとう enough times in enough situations, it'll stick. I'm like, good for you. I do that during lifestyle choices. And I already have lifestyle choices. I watch manga, I read anime, but I don't have to turn it into something that I have to do to remember something. There are more than one way to do things. And the way that I specifically talk about associations is, in my opinion, what internet people want to do, but learn not to do. Why is that? Because the way they learn best is also their lifestyle choice. What do you do most often to remember things? You watch it and watch it and watch it again. So if you want to truly use your strength that you're thinking about, you also need to consider the consequences of that strategy. So when you're using Anki, Miku, and you're having problems getting something consistently wrong over and over again, it is also the strategy you use to remember things. You're doing it with your artwork right this moment. You prefer to do the same thing over and over again because it's in your comfort zone, it's what you imagined, instead of exploring all the nature of what you're doing. You're not encoding the value and the eclecticness of your creative process. You're iterating on the same thing or a similar thing over and over again until it sticks. That is perfectionism. That is something that the internet is very akin to normalizing. So it's your strength. You don't have to like it though. And that's the problem. People like things that they want, but they are also good at things they don't like to do. And sometimes they do things they're good at, but expect consequences and results not related to the thing that they're good at. If you like mass input, you are expecting to have a low accuracy rate in the beginning. It is through repetition that mass input works. Online, when you're watching a video, how do you remember calculus, for example? Do you watch one video and study the one video? Or do you watch like 30 different hot takes on the same topic, and those 30 different hot takes overlap enough that you remember the concept after seeing it 30 times? That is probably the greatest divisor between when people talk to me and say, oh yeah, MAKU is the best. Because you can load all your hyper-stimulated 8 billion videos into it and you can just transcribe over and over again, right? And then somehow that is not practice. Like some people would tell me, oh yeah, that's not output, it's input. It's definitely input. Seeing the 40 different versions of slightly variances of the same instance, like that is practice. As output, practice. Output, practice. You can spin all your jargon, but it takes output to look for those things and then iterate on those things. You require output and feedback. Output, feedback. Practice, feedback. But what you're learning is not new anymore. Those things aren't new things. So I get caught up a lot of times with people throwing jargon at me and they can't qualify what their jargon means. Like, oh, this is input. And I'm like, so you're telling me that when you go and watch anime and you chose anime based on what you know, you're not outputting Japanese to know what you know to pick the anime. You're just blindly picking anime based on nothing that you know. And they're like, nope, I like what I like. And I'm like, yeah, that's an output. It's not an input. Like, stop trying to like categorize things so loosely so that you can make it all about that. At least in my opinion. There's no level of understanding of the details. For math, you look at two people doing it and then keep doing the same yourself and seeing what you did wrong. I'm not sure if that was related to what I was saying, but that's interesting. That you look at two people doing it, like, you mean like their work? So you like compared your work with their work? And then you try to like their method? Interesting. And then seeing what you did wrong. And how do you know what you did wrong? How do you know if you did it wrong? Because you're comparing methods. How do you know if you did it wrong? Are you talking about like not able to follow what they're doing? Or are you saying not getting the results that they have? Because I'm likely to think that when you say what you did wrong is not to get the results that they had. If you're copying their method on any particular math thing, then that's not learning it. Asking someone or comparing steps to pre-solved examples. And then how do you determine if it's wrong? What you did wrong? So you did the problem, and then you ask someone to explain how they came to the answer. That's the situation that I can see making sense by how you're describing. Like there's an order of operation here that I don't understand. So what is wrong is what I'm having problems with. If something is different to the point where I'm going in the wrong direction during the process, but you already know the answer and you already done the process, right? And then you're having someone evaluate the process. Or are you doing it? Let me... Alright, real quick. I think today is just gonna go out the window. So, there are different things. So, wrong. What it means is you can find out if you did it right. Or do you compare when you're wrong? So like what comes first? You do the homework. Let's just say you do a homework. And you said it's pre-solved. Right? So that means there's an answer. Look at the example. Try to do a problem that someone has already solved without looking. Okay. Look after your tent. If you look after or if you get stuck, and then move to a similar problem. Where does the someone come in? So you're looking at an example. All right, you're looking at an example. And this example has a solution, right? You attempt the solution, or you attempt to get the solution. And then if you get stuck, or it's either stuck or whatever, you're gonna look at, we're gonna put a parentheses, you might not get stuck. You're gonna look after your attempt with someone else, how someone else does it. Sometimes you ask someone for help either when there's a lack of examples that have solution available, or at least where you're not able to follow the methods demonstrate with understanding them. Okay, so far what I said is not the same as everything you say, but we're just going to focus on what you're saying now, right? It's not relevant. This is not as close. That's not related. So you have an idea of what it is, right? So that means before you attempt, you know what is right / wrong, and that's how you determine if it's right or wrong, right? But if there's a lack of this, you also do the same thing, where you attempt it and then compare it with someone else, whether it's wrong or right. Because you mentioned that even if you get stuck, sometimes you still do it, or you're insisting that you still do it even if you get stuck sometimes. And then you're comparing methods, because you already know what the right and wrong answer. And if there's a lack of one, someone is supplying the answer. And then that's how you're learning new methods, because you're correcting your method. You're hoping to learn something from someone else's attempt. So if your attempt isn't good enough, you're trying to absorb someone else's attempt. I see. That's a new thing you haven't done? Yeah, this is the internet. This is mass input. It's not guaranteed if you have new types of problems. Yeah, it's not new types of problems. You only get new types of problems if the problem you choose to engage in is actually new. You may encounter new things to learn from someone else, though. So you might learn new things from someone else, but you aren't getting new problems. You're not getting new problems. You're getting problems that you're already aware of. Yeah, and then you're taking mass input from other people. Yeah, that's fair. Makes sense. That works to your advantage. I think that's so now the thing that I'm raising concern about is that, do you know you meant new problems to you that you haven't seen? It's no. You have new things to learn because you didn't come up with the ideas. You're taking mass input. So the new things are someone else's things. In the process of it, you might encounter problems learning it, So you might have new learning. Okay, I mean, I'll let you have this, like new learning problems. You might have new learning problems, but this thing, you're not actually learning any more about the problems that you're trying. Like, it's not the original problem. It's this one, where like if you're learning new things from someone else, you are trying to acquire that other person's solution. I was about to address something. So when you're doing this, there is two things. You could be adjusting your own method to incorporate the other person's by looking at the relationship between your method and their method with respect to the problem you're looking at. That is synthesis. Or you are treating the other person's method as the correct method. That becomes a learning thing. So you're learning the correct method. And you can encounter problems in understanding what they did. This is unrelated to the actual problem. You want to say it's both? If it is, then it's good, I guess. I'm not sure at the moment, because the way you said it makes me think that you follow the methods demonstrated. Right? Typically, I would try to look at what they did and figure out why my way doesn't work. So when you said you're comparing, wait, earlier you said like something is different to the point where you're wrong. Asking someone, what was it? You look at people, right? So what I would typically think of is, okay, so they got the answer. I didn't. Why is that? Why did I not get to the answer and they got to the answer? Can I learn something from the way they did it that still make the way I did it work? What do I adjust about the thing I'm currently doing that I can learn from them? And then, because the main focus I'm having is I need to figure out a way that I can do it consistently, building on what I'm doing and correcting or like adjusting what I'm currently doing to consistently get the actual problem that I'm focused on. Yeah, you're trying to do that. That's a better explanation than the previous one. Yeah, I think you're trying to do it. I don't think you do it very often. Largely because you throw away things. You don't accumulate things. Like right now, a lot of the majority of things is you find ways to throw away your experience. So like if something is quote unquote correct, it means that the thing that you did do is incorrect. So it's not worth your time. Like it's a waste of time situation. So like the correct, for example, the correct way to draw anime girls is to use a simplified style. But you have learned from someone else how to draw realistic folds. This will be what I say versus do. This will be a what I say versus do is different. Yeah. So let me I'll give you an example of how I it's not bad or good. It could, like, there's nothing about whether this will make you happier or sadder. The idea is, the consequence is that the correct way to draw anime girls is to use simplified style, right? And you learn from a class how to do realistic folds. Now, you're saying that realistic folds and simplified style are not related. You didn't literally say it. You behave like it does. So when I think about this, the question I was asking is, how do you take what you learned in the realistic class with those folds to connect it to the simplified style that I want to make? That is when you're synthesizing information, as opposed to mass input, as opposed to keeping it as an input. Because when you synthesize, you're outputting something as well. Yeah, you just compartmentalize it. And that's what I mean by people who rely on mass input. The thing I just described for synthesis is association. That's how I remember things. So I don't forget how to draw realistic folds because my previous experiences helped me get to a new place. So to remember this, I use my old experience to connect to the new experience. And that's how I remember things. And that's the property of mnemonics. That's the principle behind mnemonics. You are connecting an old experience with a new experience using your creativity. So if I were sitting in class, right, and I see two people, I don't know if I got the answer wrong or right. Right? Wrong or right, it's fine. So the problem is pre-solved. Let's just say the problem is pre-solved. And I tried it. I attempted. Actually, it's more like the other way around. Here's a example. We were given a problem. Right? I tried to attempt it. Then I will go and look at how other people attempt it. This part right here, there's probably going to be a self-evaluation check. And the self-evaluation is how much do I understand? Notice that I'm not saying I know the answer. Like I actually don't know the answer yet. Like I don't know if my attempt is good or bad. I'm asking myself, how much do I understand? And then I go look at how other people are doing it and look at their methods. So now I'm only looking at the method of how they approach it. Then I would compare and contrast my method and their method. Then I go find out what the answer is. And then compare their method to my method on what the answer is. And see which one is more appropriate for the problem. But usually is after I have compared the methods between me and the other people. Because if I know the answer and one method works and my method doesn't, or my method works and their method doesn't, that means their method is not important. Or in another way to say this is, the only method that's important is the correct one. So that was what I was pointing out. Mass input relies on knowing what is right. So you're going in with the assumption that you know what is right. You're inputting because you know it's correct. You listen to native speakers because it's assumed that they are correct. So then what you're going to do is you're going to adopt the mass input. This is assimilation. And it's very efficient. And also easier for those people because there's clarity. I'm comparing people's things before knowing, quote unquote, what is correct. So like when I started WaniKani, I didn't go around and try to farm the best idea about if WaniKani is successful. I found out what WaniKani does for people. So what people did with WaniKani. And if it's good enough and it's interesting and different from mine, I go and do it and find out what the result is. This is what I mean by process-oriented versus result-oriented decision making. I was more concerned about what I'm going to learn from WaniKani, not Japanese, because you can get Japanese anywhere. You can get through immersion, you can read textbooks, I was interested in what I'm going to learn from my methods. I chose WaniKani because I haven't used flashcards, like almost ever. Like this is probably the first time I've ever used a digital flashcard even. I've never done this before. So I read what other people did because I have no experience. I didn't read what the results were. Like, oh, did it work for them? Did it not work for them? I wouldn't know, but you can know. You can choose to know. And that's the internet's mass input. How do you make a decision? Mass input. So if a bunch of people told you that this is the best thing since sliced bread, you are more likely to do it. I ask myself when a bunch of people tell me what it is, it's like, am I already doing it? Am I not doing it? What do I have to gain from doing it? Not lots of people said the same thing, and that's the determining factor. So lots of people use Anki because lots of people use Anki. Lots of people use Duolingo because lots of people use Duolingo. It's not all of it. Like what I may say, I'm not saying not 100% of them, but a large majority of the people who spend time on the internet will do things based on mass input. They do not do things by weighing the quality of that mass input. You believe in things because you see it very often. You believe things to be true because it's there. And when you learn, you also do that, which works. It's not a bad thing. It works. What can be a problem over time is when there isn't input. And what do I mean by that? life problems unique to you, there's no input. You can try to think there is. So then what you go is you go online and you find mass input. You look for mass input for your depression, for example. Right? Because that's the skill that you have, the skill that you're really good at. What if the internet doesn't have a solution? You need the other skill, basically. And I do both, by the way. There are things I use mass input for. What do I use mass input? You asked me before. I doom scroll. I doom scroll for 15 minutes a day before a stream. So I use mass input as well to learn certain things. I do both. That's a way to balance, because when there are no input sources for your problem, like the correct sources, you have to use connections. And that involves critical thinking. And to me, when someone speaks a language, right, when they engage in communication, the language is the tool. The communication reveals what type of person you are. Like, what do you rely on? If you're a mass input person, then you are likely to behave a reflection of your mass input. If you're engaged in creative process, like all the time, like you like creating things without, like, you're letting things just flow from you, then oftentimes that person will be very idiosyncratic to themselves. As in, what does my art look like? Well, it certainly doesn't look like simplified art, but it also doesn't look like a Picasso. And it definitely kind of looks like AI art. At the same time, it looks very human and sloppy. That's the creative process. It's imperfect. And doesn't really reflect mass input. And this stuff is really good if you want to be perfect. Because where do you get perfect? How do you know what's perfect? The most consistent stimuli you have. If all of Japan, if you convince yourself all of Japan speaks 90%, let's just say 90% overlap of all of Japan. So I'm leaving out 10% because of accents and dialects, right? But let's just say 90% always sounds like that stock Japanese thing. So if you mass input the language, then you will capture a reflection, right? And that is a desirable thing, right? It also means it comes with the idea of perfectionism. So when you're angry at yourself and say, it's not good enough, it's not close enough, I need to be more perfect, I'm suggesting that this symptom that you don't like by habit, or like you just don't like it, you don't like this property of yours, it's related to how you learn. So some people can be very happy with this. They understand and can cope and manage with the way they learn. If someone is aware of this, they can solve their problems of being consistent with the best way they learn. So they're strengthening their weaknesses while also continuing to focus on their strategy. it's very difficult later in life, in my opinion, when you're an adult, like when you get like to 30s and 40s, to change all of this, right? Because it becomes harder and harder over time. However, if you're listening to someone like me and then you're mirroring something that I'm saying, I have a different set of circumstances. Association does not rely on mass input. So that means associations also have pros and cons. So learning to learn a different way requires understanding the way. So when you're understanding the way, you're getting to know what happens when you do it. What are the consequences? What type of skills that you need to make it work? So for association, which is what we focused on yesterday, right? Or this morning, is that when I said you need to say the meaning, look at the characters, look at the reads, go back to the meaning, look at the characters again, go back to the reads. You're trying to create association between them. This is the like output that is hopefully trying to trigger an idea that connects these things together. The alternative is you simply remember the meaning as the meaning, the character as the character, and the reading as the reading, and then literally see them together in some way over and over again until it sticks. Mass input. This to me is one of the core foundations of my arguments with a lot of people who learn. Mass input, those who are not upset, who make mass input work, are those people who know that they're aiming for perfection. But the consequences of mass input, the consequence of mass input is that you're going to see the thing over and over again. And most of the time, it's going to be a slow process to get to perfection. So your error rate is going to be higher. Because what you're trying to do is you're trying to lower the error rate as you're going. And the more input you get, the lower the error rate becomes. It also means you need to come up with a routine to understand how to offset how boring this is. How boring it is. So what do apps do for immersion? What do immersion apps do to remove the boring nature? Make it comprehensible inputs. Why do they apply the theory of comprehensible input? Because it's dynamic. It's dynamic enough to not feel like you're seeing the same thing over and over again. But to me, you're doing the same thing over and over again. In my opinion, you're not doing anything different. That's my personal take. Like when someone says, oh yeah, I'm using CI because I have flashcards to remind me of something that is extracted from the television, that is extracted from a manga, that is extracted from a something. What I see is the way the person is interacting with the information is still the same, or it's very similar. You are trying to create many different ways of remembering the same details. You are not using any of the details because your only focus is on input. You're not using any of this information. You have the flashcards is there to remind you of the same information that the television that's extracted from is the same information, and manga is the same information. You did not change up the method of how to remember them in actuality, in my opinion, personally. That's going to be a really hot take because you are passively finding as many ways as possible to engage with the content, not the method. You're not developing these methods. Migaku, Link doesn't magically make you develop new methods to learn things. They give you new things to give you more input. Input is not the same as output. To create more methods, to create new methods, to adjust methods based on your input requires output. And that's not the same as being fluent. I'm not talking about the content. I'm talking about the method. So your method, the method is what's changing through output, not the content. So it takes time to change your method, to learn method, just as much as it takes time to learn the content. And that's where there can be a problem here. I spend a lot of time working on my method. That's what makes it interesting. I don't spend a lot of time trying to figure out what is the efficient way to jam the most amount of content into my brain, because regardless of what the content is, I can't take it with me anyways. Like, I prefer to invest in something that I can use because I move away from the content. So in the future, whenever someone says like, oh, Migaku, right? You remove Migaku and then you realize you can't do any of those processes. That means you didn't learn anything. To me, personally, you learned like anything about Migaku, you learned about Japanese. Sorry, I misspoke. You learned a lot of Japanese, for sure. Probably way more Japanese than I have, but you didn't learn anything I did because you didn't do any of those things. You decide to sit there, take in mass input, and then you're asking yourself, how do I solve a problem? Well, you didn't solve any problems. You literally did not solve any problems. Both literally and figuratively, you didn't learn the connections between why your old method works, why your new method works better, and how you can take the pros and cons of the old method and the new method and create a new method. The people who are selling you these things are the people who did that. They didn't do the content part. Like a polyglot that has a mediocre understanding of 15 languages did something to learn how to do that, and then they sell you those things so that you don't have to do it. That also means that you don't do it if you don't do it. So if you're not looking at a product and saying, huh, I think I can learn a new way because of this product, then you're in it for the content. And you have to remember that that's how you solve problems then, at least in my opinion. It's very important because you can be upset about yourself and continue to do something that upsets you. I think one of the biggest ones is mass input is often, and it's not causal, but mass input is often related to perfectionism. This is a heavy one, and this will probably not be coincidental that someone's like, oh yeah, I see what you mean, because what are some of the symptoms from perfectionism? You have to get it exactly right. And when you have to get it exactly right, you have to see it over and over again. So oftentimes I ask the person, when you do something, what do you do? How do you feel about it? Do you feel like you want to change the way you're thinking? You can still be successful this way. You can learn this way and be a baller of a polyglot. the thing is, if your life is feeling horrible and it's bleeding into everything else, then I often prioritize being happy with the way you decide to do things and know that that's because of it. And this is a big one. This is a very big one, where someone would come at me and say, oh, well, technically, like someone recently came by and I was learning a vocabulary word. It was for prime minister. This is an anecdote that's like 2 weeks ago, specifically the Japanese prime minister, right? And he was referring to daijin, and I don't remember minister yet because it's new. So daijin, and daijin is the modern shortcut, or maybe not the modern shortcut. I don't actually know which one it is because I'm working on that. And they said that's wrong. It's outdated. Mass input. Not only did this person contradict themselves in the statement, I immediately point that out. It's not wrong, it's outdated. Those are two different statements. It's wrong because you think through mass input that other people don't use it. It's not wrong because it still means that even though it's outdated. That's two ways of looking at things. At least two ways. Not one way based on mass input that introduces a specific, perfect, ideal average. By the way, and then I explained that WaniKani actually explains one is outdated, and they also explain the non-outdated one. Right? And that to me makes a big difference between this type of perspective. Like someone said, like, oh man, if you don't know pitch accent, you'll never remember that kami and kami, kami and kami will be two different things in the future. Right? I didn't write the kanji for a very good reason, because if I wrote the kanji and the kana, it would still be deceptive. So these two things are different, and I mentioned it before to you. And then also kami. These three things, someone said like, oh yeah, if you don't do it this way and if you don't hear it this way, you'll never remember this. You'll never remember the three kamis. Kami, like kami, 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 right? No way you're gonna ever remember this, because there's only one way to remember this, and that's to listen to an average source in order to do that. Not true. Absolutely not true. So, does this trigger you? The question is, does it trigger you? Because in my opinion, I'm a little bit of an overestimator of other people. The thing is, if you can keep on doing it and you know how to improve and you're happy in doing that, you win. Fixing yourself to an image and not understanding the relationship between the process you're doing and the consequences you're engaging in, if you get lucky, it works out, so you can vibe for the rest of your life. The moment where vibing fails is you bump into a solution by chance that creates a consequence that you dislike. So constantly having to try new methods is one very telltale sign. If you're constantly trying new methods, mass input. because you're not synthesizing a method. You're looking for the method. So an A method is your method. I'm working on my method. I try new methods to figure out how to make my method better. Yeah, I do both. It's a mix of both. Mass input involves looking for a method that works. Rides that until it doesn't work anymore. Then you go to a new method. So all the methods that you dump afterwards are a waste of time. And you might be thinking, no, I remember all the methods I do. Yeah, but you don't behave like you care. Like what I mean is, oftentimes people will say, oh yeah, I use Bushu now because Duolingo is garbage. Oh, now I discovered Migaku. So Bushu is garbage and Duolingo is garbage. So now you should use Migaku. Oh wait, let's go and use Lingua because Migaku is garbage now. That's mass input. What I have said up to this point is, oh yeah, I use Duolingo. Duolingo taught me some stuff that I haven't considered using while learning in Japanese. So I will take those Duolingo things that I thought were really important to me, and I'm gonna bring them into WaniKani. Hey, you know what? I might as well add Hanzahiro to the stack. And then now, if I have something that's interesting in Hanzahiro that I think WaniKani would do, I would exchange them and replace and use them. And what happens is all the things that I've done are part of my method. I'm associating all the things. I'm not dumping things and compartmentalizing them. So if I need to remember something, I make it important to what I'm doing. It requires output in methodology. So then I know for sure that I learned something about the method, right? If I learn to walk, I want to continue learning to keep the walking as part of my running. I'm not gonna focus on running as though I don't need to practice walking. Some people do. Some people are like, walking is like mid. So they spend as much time as they can running. They'll be better runners than me, right? For sure. They're without a doubt, they're gonna be better runners than me. The question is, if they get upset that they don't like walking anymore. For example, they do not like walking. Walking sucks. So every time they run, they think of how much walking sucks. That is how I think about language learners right now. That are the loudest. The loudest language learners are ones that use mass input and they hate the consequences of mass input, which is, why can't I just stick to one method that works and then it just takes me to fluency? It's because eventually it's going to get boring and you're not going to have enough stimuli and different types of input in order to reinforce your way of thinking. So oftentimes you either do like 20 apps, 10 different trendy methods, right? However magical number that gets you to a synced progress to allow you to remember what you got from mass input. So whatever it is, that fluency in your ear, that example that's in front of your screen, whatever that perfect example is, you have to go through enough mass input of various things in order to get you to fluency. And so many people have been, in my opinion, there's far more people who are successful this way. And there's not a lot, by the way. Acquiring a second language, acquiring even a second language has a very, very high failure rate. But among them, we're going to say maybe less than 20%. I would say of this 20%, I think there is more than 50% of people nowadays who use mass input to be successful. So that's why I agree with people. When they say immersion combined with mass input, combined with, I don't know, some cell plug for comprehensible input, I agree with them statistically, right? And yet somehow I just sit here and I think it's not for me. Like, I'm not going to do only this. I don't only do this. It's kind of awkward because mass input is a method to me. So like most methods, I can choose to put it in my workflow. I actually do some things that are mass input. One way to do mass input is when I look at a character, I think of the Chinese and the WaniKani mnemonics at the same time. Because that's more input for this one character. Kwai and Kai. This is Kwai and Kai. In this situation, it can mean pleasureful or happy. And in fact, this is la when it's happy. Kwai when it's fast. And in WaniKani, it's Kai when it's onyomi. Right? And I don't actually know if I can call... We're still working on the kun of this. Right? So in this case, it's actually la and gan. But we have kai and gan. Kai gan. So that's mass input too, technically. I've taken more information about a limited amount of information, like a literal limited trigger, and that's an application of it. So association can benefit from mass input. A person who don't like association because the method is too hard, the method is too boring or something like that, or you don't like it, and they're using mass input, which they're good at, but don't like the effects, don't like results. But they like the results of association. You know, like if they know someone who does it, me, right? They like the results. This is a problem. This is someone who does something really well, think they want a result, but dislike the method that's involved because they believe their method is the method to the same thing, because they don't know the relationship between those two methods, because they don't focus on that. And what they do focus on is results. They know that the current thing that they're doing and good at is a sucky result, and they want the results of another method in which they don't care about. That is when suck happens. And I think for me, I try to point this out as much as I can. Association is not, it's going to be at odds with mass input because it takes time. And lots of the qualities of mass input does not go along with this. Like, for example, here's a mass input thing. Abstraction is a waste of time. This is a really good one. When you think of mass input, you're going to say abstraction is a waste of time. As in, why do you need to overcomplicate? Why do you need to overcomplicate a mnemonic for this when there is already a right answer. Because you don't need to do this. Just go and listen to a Japanese person say it properly and tell you what it is. Well, I mean, the last time I checked, this is not the only time you use abstraction. How do I learn? And I know how I learn, by the way, very, very well with the preference and all the nuances. When is abstraction not a waste of time? Artwork? Problem solving? Leading? Creative? Independent? These are my strengths, and I love these things. So I am willing to do some abstraction to reach somewhere because I enjoy the consequences and other uses of what I'm doing. I don't think in a vacuum. I'm not in a vacuum. Why is that? Association. Mass input tells you what is right. It doesn't tell you what also could work if it's not part of the right solution. So in a way, it's also training you to not make associations. As in, you don't need to make associations or correlations or data analyses or any of that because you already know what the right answer is. You know it. Just see it. See it 100 times and you know the right answer. Okay, for the record, a lot of people who do this, or a significant body of people who do this, they do both. And that's when you hear like your favorite polyglots talk about it. What they do is they associate their motivations, interest, you know, whatever they like reading books and stuff. They associate what they know while engaging in as much input as they can. So the difference here is these people, the people that are doing these things, they're using the tool. They're using the tool actually quite differently. So do you know how differently it is? For me, I'm trying to show that. So whenever someone uses WaniKani and they come to me and say, oh yeah, you know, I don't like this part of WaniKani and I don't like this part of WaniKani. It's like, oh, that's interesting. Can you tell me about how you changed it? Or do you like WaniKani enough to keep on using it? So how do you go about addressing the stuff that you have a problem with? Scripts. Most of the people who do association tend to be problem solvers, right? If they don't like a particular thing, but overall they still do, they know the pros and cons, they'll change the cons into pros, or they'll remove the cons and substitute in a pro. They don't dump the method because it has to all be correct. Like, it has to all work at once. You work on it. You're working on it. Association is conducive to process-oriented thinking. So it allows you to self-evaluate. Because you're thinking about what you used to do versus what you are doing now. That's how you remember things. You remember things by comparing what you used to do with someone else's method, or you're comparing two different tools together to see which parts work and which parts don't. Mass input, duo, maybe 1 week. Let's dump it. WaniKani, level 30. Let's dump it. And so on and so forth. Whatever your next thing is, your favorite anime. It's finished. Alright, move on to the next anime. Anime 2. I don't dump these things. They're gonna come back and back and back. I'm gonna dive back into those things. I build upon what I learn. So with each passing day, I have more confidence in my Japanese than the previous day. The more I do, the more confident I become about my skills. The more time I place into my studies and learning, it doesn't matter where I start. I will improve upon what I know. I don't typically get setbacks. Like, what I mean is, when you think of association, certainly you drop down. Like, there are gonna be bumps along the way. This is still what mass input can look like. But what I think of when I think of mass input is this. This is like, and this is a chart of status. This is the chart of like progress, in my opinion, when it comes to being on the internet. And if you draw a rate through them, I'm using data now because we were talking about data earlier. And then if you are able to extrapolate a dynamic range, there's a chance, I'm not saying this is real, but there is a chance that the statistical significance between a random sample of body of using either dedicated abilities will fall within a reasonable statistical likelihood of being the same. As in, overall, the trend in acquiring Japanese fluency, for example, in their progress, will likely be within the range of each other. The catch here is, what if you use both of them? What if you used a balanced approach? Could it end up being like this? I don't know. I honestly think that most people are actually this dotted line. The ones that are successful is likely along the dotted line, which is they're slightly outside of the statistical range of being just chance, right? That there's a variance. But what they have is that they are combining both of these when they say which one is most important. So if someone says immersion is most important, they're talking about which one is a bigger contributor, but that doesn't mean they don't do the other things. A person who is selling you a method has gone through many methods before they can tell you what is the best method. So if you're looking at a person and you're saying, I want to be like that polyglot, it's like, okay, you mean you want to be like that polyglot without any of that person's experience, right? So you use their product and you realize that it's not like their experience, because it isn't. Grain of salt here. If someone is selling you something and they say it's better products because their experience said so, that means they used that other method too. If that person is saying, oh yeah, you know, I only use this method, that's why I'm advertising it, I would walk the other way. I would walk out the door. Because that means that that person is saying something without any experience about what they're talking about. They have a lot of experience with the product that they like, but they didn't participate in the things that don't work. So how do they know how it compares? An alternative is to actually have an independent research component to it and a peer review component to it. But those products don't ever reveal that either. Data sucks. It, like, what I mean is data sucks in presentation. I think this is how people make decisions. This is how I like to make decisions, and kind of would love to talk to people about this stuff. But generally speaking, it's boring, it's not good, and it's not mass input. I'm only talking about a single scenario, and I'm only a single source. That's generalizing a hypothetical situation. It's faster if you listen to like 30 people who has a 5-minute hot take to make a decision because there are more people and it's faster and you got more information. So you correlate them. And ironically, it's also using data. It's a meta-analysis, but anyways. I've learned a lot from my conversations with you, Mika. And I have some cheeky things in the works for like fun. Okay, alright, we're gonna get back now. I've already committed to doing all the reviews today, so we're just gonna truck along here. Well, we have to wait. Like, I haven't finished like sorting out my thoughts. So it'll probably take another month or two before I can collect my thoughts. It's coming along though. It is coming along. We're thinking more like March sometime. Takes time. If only I could crank out. What are my current thoughts? I shared most of it right now. I already did. That stuff that I'm talking about with mass input and association is new. It's largely because of someone I met last week, and they used that term, and I was like, oh yeah, that's a good term. That's a good term to start incorporating. I like it because it's incredibly self-explanatory, and association needs some work, I think. I'm not sure if association is the exact word that I want to use at the moment. And these are my keywords. You finished your drawing? Oh, nice. Always feel free to share the drawing with others if you want. Danny is one that likes seeing artwork in and out. In the Discord, obviously.
Heiten.
So cool.
Se.
The good news, you know, the silver lining for everything that I just spent the last 2 hours droning about is that all of it works. In my opinion, like, as a cop-out or however being politically correct or agreeable, is that everything works. The problem that I was trying to highlight, the potential problem, is when someone does something and it's causing them problems because it's the thing they do is worth trying to point out, so that you don't feel like you want something and then the way you go about it creates the thing that keeps you from getting the thing. And that is pretty much the kindest way, the most like roundabout way of saying sometimes it can be the person that is responsible for their own like inability to feel good about what they're doing. Like, I would argue, I'm not a psychologist, but if I were to interview a psychologist, I would say, if I asked them, what is one of the most difficult hurdles that you commonly face when helping a patient? If I had to predict what it is it's probably the patient being in the way of the patient. That's probably the most common hurdle. And if we're not going to talk about psychology or mental health, we can talk about a teacher and a student. That relationship, oftentimes the most classical and difficult occurring problem is that the student does something that they're not equipped to deal or handle with in order to do the thing to be successful in the way they want. They ultimately can contribute significantly to preventing the thing from working that does work, that the person understands. Like, and that is a mental health situation. You want something and you need to do something, but that something creates something you don't want. It involves something you don't like. So it stops you from doing the thing to get to the thing that you want. Language learning is really big on that. It's pretty darn obvious when someone tells me, hey, I love language learning, so therefore I try my best all day to not learn as much as possible in order to get the results that I want. So oftentimes I would point out that you like acquiring language. You don't like learning the language. If you like learning the language, your goal is not to hyper focus on making the learning process as less relevant to you as possible. That's the difference. If you like to gain Japanese fluency and not be interested in how you do it, that means you like gaining language proficiency, not language learning. The learning part is the sucky part you're avoiding, which is tough because you have to learn the language to gain fluency. And it sucks. That's one of those things. So to do something involves creating an environment that you might not want. And I feel both teachers, coaches, psychologists, that's probably one of the most common hurdles that they have to find some creative and encouraging way to do, right? Because it's not ideal. Like, if someone asks me, can my heart stay healthy without me ever maintaining it? I'm like, sign me up, Scotty, because I don't like that part. Like, I don't like it so significantly that I'm well aware that if someone says they can solve my heart problems without me having to maintain it, sign me up, Scotty. That's not true, obviously. So you gotta learn how to be aware and do it. Work sucks. So make it less sucky, or try to make it less sucky if you have to do it, right? You have to keep going for it because it leads to something else. You don't know if you want to post it there due to the current combo being had there? What do you mean? in the current combo. Oh no, Danny. Oh no. Danny got caught up. I'll have to get. I'll have to. I'll have to have a talk with him. Yeah. I was kind of afraid. I was a little concerned about how quickly he was getting caught up with the followers and building another channel. That's very unfortunate. Wow, that's a really terrible coincidence. Yeah, we'll work on that. That's very unfortunate. Oh, that's cute. That's a cute person. Ooh, I like this. Is that supposed to be a bow? Like a staff? Sorry. A bow? Does it have a handle ornament? Oh, I'm looking forward to that. Cute clothing. Very cute. Oh, I like the flow. I like how loose the clothing is. We're gonna get some wind action. Some nice little flowy wind action in the clothing. You know what's cute though about that interaction in Discord, Mika? Churn and Danny are having different periods of like their mental stage. So Churn was kind of like that too. So it's kind of like nice that they're kind of interacting as a complementary pair. It's really unfortunate that that happened so soon. Not original character, famous VTuber actually. Oh, okay. And was struggling with clothes and bangs. Okay, fair enough.
いくら
You know, it happens, and we'll work on it. I already talked that conversation that he is sharing in the Discord happens once a month, maybe once or twice a month. Someone would talk about how they got hyper focused on related to that and then got discouraged and then went through a period and then trying to refocus. It is kind of part of all the growing pains, right? And a good support system. Usually having a nice support system keeps people encouraged. Like someone said that they started for a year and then they quit like 2 years ago because they didn't have like the perfect environment, or like they didn't have the equipment, or timing was imperfect and stuff. Like I understand. So you recover from it. And hopefully this time you can learn how to, hopefully that situation is not there anymore, and then learn how to, you know, safeguard yourself in that. It was something outside of their control, so to speak. So I don't know how it has anything to relate with needing equipment to do so, right? There's all that stuff. And when they keep saying that they want to do this and that and hope that they reach this and that goal, it's often they're speaking to me like they think I understand. Right? So then eventually, if we speak long enough, they would ask me like, well, what are your thoughts about it? It's like, I don't know. I've been streaming for over 7 years, and my average person I talk to is 1 person a month. And you know, the natural question would be like, oh, so what keeps you doing it and whatnot? It's like, if you have time, I'll tell you of all the things that keep keep it going and rewarding, right? There are quite a lot of ways to encourage oneself that has control. Like, I'm not suggesting that this will make you like $1 million, like $1 million channel or thousands of subscribers and viewers. I'm talking about your own mental health and your goals, right? So however you want to achieve it, there's always a source of motivation and strength and self-esteem that come from within. And that's kind of the thing that ultimately, in my opinion, is one of the normalizers, the balancing force against like the internet hustle culture. And it's kind of a little bit, hopefully he's doing all right. It's kind of unfortunate that he got caught up in the hustle, the internet hustle culture, right? Keeping up on followers and whatnot. I don't do art, like I don't do a lot of fan art because I need to keep up with things. I typically do fan art because they're sentimental. So I'm not cranking out art like I need to keep up with something. I know that the things that I choose to do, I will put my all in them when I can. That's kind of why I didn't continue to pump out fan art. You used to get upset over DC server joins when you used to track every now and then. I see. Like if the server didn't grow by 100 per week, you blame yourself. Yeah. Understandable. Well, here's to me trying to balance that out. Like I'm gonna be honest with you. I can't tell you how often before I started declaring and showing obviously how long I've been doing this, there's constant bombardments of the random person that comes by and say like, hey, did you know if you put a bunch of hashtags in your description you would get more exposure, bro? Or like you come by and say, dude, man, I don't see why you don't have a bunch of views because you're like this really chill guy. It's like there are a lot of chill guys on the internet. And something, one of those things, like they come from a good place. They come from a kind-hearted place, or maybe like a pleasantry place. The thing that makes me smile, for myself, not necessarily for the other person, is that I don't need those things. The cool thing is I know those things too, and that's fine. Like what I mean is, what they tell me, I know. And I have chosen not to do those things. And that gives me power. It gives me agency over it. And it also tells me that other people are caught up in the hustle. And it might be what they need to make their life nice. I'm not giving I don't coach content creators, or I don't give the 10 steps to becoming viral. I can analyze that data and analyze examples. I don't live it or experience it, so I'm not going to give my honest opinion about these things. And usually because of, guess what, mass input, most people think that what you see means what you can do. And I've already shared with you, Mika, most of the time when I'm doing something, I'm doing the hardest thing, the hardest variant of the thing. It's the opposite of what makes Twitch and YouTube viral. You usually want to show off something, like be good at something. There are a couple examples of people who are not good at things, and that's their whole brand. However, they are founders. Most of those individuals have founder effects, as in they are the only one to do that at a specific time. For every channel that has a mediocre person who's constantly bumbling and like not doing the best thing or the most trendy thing, there's there are thousands of more mediocre versions of the trendy things that are more successful. Because algorithm, that's how it works, right? Exposure, mass input is the king. So how do you use mass input to your advantage as a content creator? YouTube shorts, TikTok shorts. They have to trend, and they also have to be trending with the trend. So you have to be part of that mass input. I can't even tell you, like, I won't tell you my numbers, but my ratio of views to my VODs is like 5. Literally, maybe 5 people accidentally clicked on one of my videos, and I have to edit. I have to cut out 2 or 3 posts every day. I delist, like I don't have my playlist, the live streams be like show up on notifications. I actually remove, like, I write it so that they're not posted on search recommendations. The live things are the live things, but the videos that are cut out of the live streams, they don't do anything. They're there because one day when someone, so the unlist, like, so it's not delisting, but it's like unlisting from, if someone sees, like, if they click on one of my videos, then a related video is not a live stream video with the same title. It's another video in the category of those videos. So then you won't have redundancy. Like, oh, you click on a live stream and you see like 14 hours. Like, what is this person doing? That type of thing. I mean, it's already tough when someone sees a 9-hour Duolingo video and they're like, 9 hours? How could you be doing Duolingo for 9 hours? I don't know. I was yapping for 7 of them. Welcome to the stream. That's kind of my jam. And why am I smiling about it is because those videos are not there to demonstrate something that is like about virality. They're there for one day when someone asks me, hey, have you tried this before? Yeah, I have. If you go to this playlist, there's 6,000 hours of it. Hello there, James. Hello. That's all that's there for. So if anything comes of it, it'll be interesting. I do have some projects in 2026. Sometimes I cause you to yap too much so you don't get what you want done. Did I already tell you this? I set out 6 hours. I usually set aside 6 hours, right? So we haven't crossed 6 hours yet, but I'm keeping myself on task a little bit. We're actually at 2 hours and 15 minutes. So we still got 3 hours left. We still got 3 hours that I already planned. So you're not actually, well, right now I'm not getting it done, obviously, but by the end of the day, I might still finish 3 hours earlier. So you don't have to worry about that. It's the great thing about planning, sort of, with contingencies. I'm telling myself to keep going, right? To make sure to remind myself to keep going so I can stay on task. But it's planned. Yeah, it's planned. Oh, by the way, Mika, because of something that's happening on YouTube right now, and I hope to see how it works eventually when I get the privilege to, because YouTube doesn't give privileges to the same content creators. They kind of roll out. All of the stuff that we're talking about right now, like all these yap sessions, they will become functional in the future. So the 6 hours I set aside to yap, not necessarily our private conversations. Our private conversations, I do set time out on that too, like 4 hours. On a regular basis. Functional? Geez, you know, we can make them useful. We can make them useful. The reason why they're not useful right now is it takes a really long time to find them. But there is going to be a way, and I have to test how reliable it is, that I don't need a local copy of all the things to find those places. Back in the day, I used to do it manually. I did do this manually. I stopped doing it because it took too long. And it's basically still in the videos anyways. If you look in the YouTube section, there's a section called Deep Digressions. And I stopped doing that when I started doing language learning. So language learning took the place of developing talking topics. Now I just do it every day. So whenever you ask me, do I doom scroll? I doom scroll for ideas, right? To ideas to talk about. Like I talk about those doom scroll. So, did you mention you speak Mandarin but just need to learn Hanzi? I can comprehend Mandarin. I don't really speak Mandarin that much. I speak Fujianese, but Mandarin's okay. It's one of those like I'm a parrot. I'm more of a parrot in Mandarin, heritage speaker of Mandarin. So if someone speaks to me, I will speak Mandarin back. If someone types to me, I can't do very much about that. Until now, until I have learned how to read. So I'm a heritage speaker in Mandarin. Those like weird multi-generational people where like you would sit at a table and your entire family and extended family keeps saying that you don't understand Mandarin, and you're just like sitting there as like, yeah, I do. But you're not gonna say anything about it because it's a lot easier not to say anything. you know, you just say 对是我喜欢吃的, right? You can say those things, but you're just sitting there as like, I think it's better if they don't know. Heritage speakers. It's the same. It's very similar for Japanese as well. Japanese, Mandarin, Cantonese, and Spanish. You sit there and everyone's talking around you. It's like, yep. Like, oh no hablo español. You know, hablas inglés, por favor, right? Something like that, right? Un poco español. Nada más. Or someone's like, oh yeah, you know, here's all the things I want to learn. Can I tell you about this? Sure. It's like, are you gonna speak Japanese? Skoshi? And they're like, oh, that's cool. Like you know some words. It's like mada desu, right? Daijoubu. You just sit there and you're listening. Okay. Okay. Like you know, 英語が話しましたか? Right? Did you mention? Oh yeah, I read that again. So Mandarin is like that. Mandarin is like, oh, they're gonna talk about the weather and talk about eating and how expensive eggs are and whatnot. And I'm like, yep. I know. 我知道 like 对我知道请 right, like 谢谢感谢 that kind of thing. Pretty much it's kind of like you're coming in and then someone hi you know, ohayo like おはようございます right? you know, ありがとうございます right? That's probably all the business transaction stuff that I can do. Like, 卵をください right? That's good as we're as deep as we're gonna get. Most of it. So wooden server said love your art style in reply to the art post, and you found that funny because you kept disliking it the whole process. Maybe you're hard on yourself sometimes. Not your server. Yeah. That's fine. Yeah. Neat. Doesn't that just feel great, Mika? That feels awesome. I like it. It's quite nice. It is nice. That's right. You should do some artwork. Heck.
購買
Kolbai. Did I type Kolbai earlier? Kolbai. Zangyo.
残業
Zangyo. Zangyo wa. What is that? Remaining. Oh, overtime. Maybe you'll mentally plan out the. Yeah, just dropping by. Gonna get back to your flashcards. Yeah, good luck. Thanks. Gambaro, James-san. Good luck. You gotta love stuff like I love that stuff. Stopping by, saying like, yes, let's do it. You do it. 加油. Yeah, 加油. What was the other one? Us. Sorry, that's an anime thing. I don't think I would like when people say like us, but that's not a thing. Planning out time management tomorrow will be a pain. Why is that? Tomorrow's Sunday, isn't it? You gotta plan out all the chill vibe stuff that you can. Oh, homework. Is tomorrow homework? You're saying because today is the rest day, right? And then Sunday you gotta do whatever task you gotta do for the week. Yeah, catch up day. Yeah. I wonder what our chat delay is. Can you type something right now and I'm gonna say now? You're making me wait. Now? So I just read your message and I said now as fast as I could. I don't know how long it took you to hear the now after submitting the message. I feel like there's a 3 or 4 second delay, which is kind of funny. Hey, you just refresh your YouTube, do it again. Okay. Type 1 and I'll say 1. One. Oh my gosh. That's fine. I set the 1, so we'll see. 1. How long did it take for you to hear it after you submitted it? 5 to 6 seconds? That's quite a long time. It does make sense though, whenever I'm saying something immediately and it would be like a really quick response, the thought is, wow, that's a really long time. Yeah, 5 to 6 is really long. Interesting. I'll keep that in mind from now on. Oops. What the heck? What the back? Oh.
背景
Okay. It also varies per device, I can imagine. Oh, what the powder?
粉
Heck. Oh, this one sucks. Maybe I should write something for this one. Totonoeru,
整える
which is to arrange. That one kind of sucks.
不適
Icky.
放つ
Nuts.
井戸
Ido. What the Ido? The stream shows you at the live position if you're within like 7 seconds of your web choice before giving you the option to press a gray dot to jump to the furthest ahead bit. Oh, okay. But that furthest ahead bit isn't even the furthest. Oh, okay. Good to know. Good to know. I haven't actually ever watched the... Oh no, I have. But it was very special. So I haven't watched YouTube live stream feed since I've started recording something for YouTube. Like, okay, let me over-explain this. So, what you call it? The last time I watched a live stream was John Green decided to go live, and he ranted about his passion for football, and I'm talking about football. He's talking about UK football, actually. I think it was UK. Yeah, he and then I learned that he was actually a football player back then, before he became a YouTube viral sensation, also famous author, but prior to his YouTube thing with his brother Hank Green. All that stuff. I think most of it is like all come together. But I forgot what the team's name was, and he like funded the football club. And I forgot what the football club's name is. But yeah, John Green is like, for lack of a better word, he's such a father figure. On apps, okay. Finally, a use for your stupid amount of YouTube knowledge or games. On apps, you used to be able to get the actual furthest ahead point by putting the playback over 1 point and like 1.2 for example. But yeah, so that no longer works on mobile. About a year ago, it doesn't let you increase playback by within 7 seconds. On web, it lets you though. Fair enough. So my experience with live streams is not only limited to the PC, to the web browser, it's also limited to Chrome, and it's also limited to the one thing that happened 2 years ago. I think it's been over 2 years now. You're on web right now, so yeah, okay, fair enough. Use apps more, you think? I don't use my phones very much. Most of my phones are for business and personal things. My phones are like, there are phones that are not hot, and there are phones that are hot. I'm not sure if you're familiar with this term, but a hot phone, a hot phone is one that's connected to the online. So I have a cold phone as well. That's offline. and it's their storage devices. They're storage devices for information. So over the years, I don't typically, and my hot phone is for business, and my cold phone is for storage. And sometimes I'm in the near future, because I was gonna refresh my phone recently, there's gonna be a middle one, and that I'm gonna have two hot phones, one for business and one for personal. And it's not because I'm buying 3 phones at once. It's like I've accrued phones, and those phones are functional for specific purposes. So I don't like trade in my device. I keep the device. Oh, the fun, actually, your Discord version for one of your devices is really outdated. Oh, okay. Let's see. Kyoto. No, not Kyoto. Goto.
強盗
Goto. Oh, burglary.
Zaimoku.
Yes. No. What are you? We have decorate. Oh,
飾る
oops. Ugawa.
徳川
殺人者ね。
殺人者
Like okay, it's similar thing. So on the old version, you get to see fun breaking features and new stuff acting weirdly. I can imagine. I can imagine. Anlan. Eh?
クモの巣
クモの巣。華やか。
華やか 魅力
懐かしい。
印鑑
The original reason was you liked the square-like UI? Oh. You knew all apps were going to move into a circle-like direction? Yeah. Or smoother corners, anyways. Yeah, pill-shaped. Pill-shaped. Since then, you always find, like, what you mentioned where things break front. Okay. Forward message show totally blank and the person's name has the server tag next to it. Ah. Polls can't be clicked. Activities grass. But you can still interact with it to some extent, huh? Profile banner decor totally disappears. The shop and constant tips are present. Radiant names don't exist. Interesting. That's some relic of the past. That's neat. Oh no. Is it like no noko? Nokoru?
残る
Mokuteki.
目的
That's a special one. 食べ放題。
食べ放題
延長？延長。延長。
延長
延長。延長。
幾度
幾度。
道徳
Dotoku. You can press buttons when other people use bots in your DMs. Like if someone sends you a hug GIF and there's a hug back button. Real example, and can press the button, it hugs back. Ah, okay. But you can't see any of the bot content. You just see the button. I see. It's a very niche interest. Sounds very entertaining.
Mikon
Mikon. Good.
倉庫
Oh yeah, Yukiko. No, Yukioe.
浮世絵
Yukioe. You also can't see 2.0 in bed. Wow, that's far. It's very entertaining to you. Now you're seeing you talk about interest. Yeah. It's quite it's quite peculiar, which is good. It's very identifying. Okay, so DC recently, last 6 months, rolled out more embed fields for both bot devs to work with alongside when they added bots to DMs and all that. I'll have to pick your brain about that stuff in the future. The embeds just show us empty messages. That checks out.
Haka
Fukushoku.
服飾
Fukushoku. 照明. Oh no. Konomu?
好む
Konomu. Man, Konomu. Okay. Tokushima Ken.
徳島県
It just gives you those three, okay, as if it will do something. Some things, on the other hand, sort of revert back to their previous state. So the new buttons they added that show but don't function. Oops. Has not. That's Tokushima. Toshima Ken, not Fukushima Ken.
富士山
Fujisan.
電飾
Denshoku.
騒音
Oh, it's just noise. Okay. Sure. Yoku, what is that? Oh. Oops. Oh no. It can
越見
next to server names when servers are discoverable are boosted, etc. Right? There's white or pink icons before name. But for you, no. You used to have that, but then it reverted to the old UI, which is a green pill shape with discovery on it under the server. Yeah, I still remember that. Well, it's not actually under the server, it's on the server name. Yeah. Which was the bug for a year or prior to you. I see. User banner decor who used to function on your version when your version came out, but then stopped working. Yeah, I find this stuff. Okay.
盗作
You really have a center core on Discord. Do you keep up with Discord economics, IO releases and patch information and financial direction and investment things? I don't know more about that. The most odd thing to you is the polls functionality. I see. What was your response to the response to the poll in your Discord that you made earlier today? I imagine you set up a poll for that. Did you already get to 100 responses? Oops. Tosaku. What? Oh, Stachi.
すだち
Sudachi. On day one of poll functionality release, you were already outdated by a fair bit. I see. Less than a day later, they stopped working. Hmm.
通貨
Suka. What the?
乗馬
You did the event via thread replies. Oh, okay. So you did thread replies. You'll get to the financial stuff after, but yes, you have a very DC focused and been for years. I see. And I imagine ask me about DC. That's fair. Makes sense.
除外
Yogai.
Mei
Uh, oh no. 盗む。
盗む
So far, 35 responses. Nice. 6 no's, 29 yes. Oh, which is honestly what you expected. You can elaborate. I mean, feel free. 授業。
授業。
よ。おー、貨物、貨物。
貨物。
避ける？何避ける？ But despite a lot of people there being negative generally, there's a sort of culture within the community for various things. Whenever someone joins, people spam welcome in chat, for example. Okay. Another of those is just replying yes to something, or maybe no as a joke in reference to the yes reply culture. Okay. I have an alternative explainer for it, but you only know this after the fact, so you're making your narrative line up with what the results are to explain it. A yes just happens to be the closest thing to the left side of the screen. But when you're reading a message, the bottom corner is yes. Or unless you're talking about them typing yes, maybe. Are they typing the phrase out yes? How does threads work? Did you use an emote? They're typing? Let me see. Intriguing. I don't think the thing that you wrote explains the phenomenon, but it seems to coincidentally line up with it. And when you're saying despite a lot of people there being negative, generally, I don't really know. It is very interesting to the yes reply culture. I rarely have anyone type yes or no, so I have really no experience with that. I've seen the yeah, just yeah, but yeah, not yes or no, but maybe yes is a good way to create the yeah. I wonder what happens if you typed yeah or nah. An example of the yes reply card is someone posting a picture of their cat. Yeah, I know. And you expect a few responses such as I'm gonna disagree with this, but we'll keep going. Car, yes. Steal cats, yeah. I figured. I disagree. The yes reply culture, like what it's responding to. But car is cute. I don't know what the car thing is. What's the example of the car? Why car? Steals cat? Yeah, that definitely. Yeah, cat equals car. Oh, okay. The reason why yeah is not the yeah, like I don't think the great example is what you do all the time when you say yeah. Like what you did now. Yeah, so cat equals car. It's the filler word. Yeah is a filler word. Not necessarily a response or a reply culture, but yeah is your filler word. You also have an image that auto sends when anyone says car. It's quite funny. Oh, I can imagine. For your specific Discord. It's cute that you know a lot about your Discord server. Are you the... Who is it? Like, is this your Discord? Like, what? Who is... Who does this Discord represent? Like, what is the... Who is the manager? Like, what I mean is, who's the image person that's doing the selection? That's attracting the selection? You did mention that it's a bit of a reflection of yourself, so that would suggest some sort of a public image contributed by yourself, but who is it? It is your server, built from the ground by yours truly for your lonely self from almost 5 years ago originally. That is a very grandiose way of taking pride in someone's Discord server. Fair enough. I see. So in the future, I will be able to use that information. Oh, be really interesting. That is definitely a string I should have considered. How frequently you use the word yeah in response to things. It does really capture you. The car and the cat thing is cute. That's new because we haven't talked about cats or animals yet. Or dare I say aminals. I usually say aminals. Deposit. Okay. So is it like Nazukeru? No? Oh, Mazukeru. Oh, wait. Azukeru.
預ける
Azukeru. You don't really relate as much to the community as you used to? Okay. So it's grown legs of its own, huh? The space was mainly built to fix your issue of sudden social isolation at the time, but since then it became a space for other people. Oh, I see. You're also happy to provide the space you would have wanted at the time for them. Okay. And you find other aspects aside from interacting fun, like learning how to manage a DC server and recruit and promote staff. Oh, so you even have staff and whatnot. Interesting. Okay. No, Uwaki.
浮気
Uwaki. What's Uwaki? Uwaki. Load energy? Uwaki. You wouldn't wish solo managing a server that size on anyone? Okay. 8 admins, 4 head mods, and 19 regular mods, and 20 to 25 trial mods 3 times per year? Oh. Intriguing. Oh, wagi is bad. Bad word. Bad word. Uh,
冬
乗着 Oh. 乗客。
乗客
はい。お。
快速
You essentially used to live on YouTube and Discord and used to track DC stats some time ago. Stopped a year and a half ago and you had 5.5 hours just on VCs. Okay. I see. Intriguing. And what do you do on these VCs? What did you learn? What skills did you develop in VC? Sounds like it's intriguing what I have learned about your communication abilities in VC, having that piece of information.
泥
救急車
救急車
Uh-oh. Oh no. Think about Oh, this one's not that great. Kayaking. Gotta make it related about kayaking. Well, you learn how to talk to people. Okay. Share things about servers. That checks out. Sharing moments, games, or just hanging out. I can kind of see that. Meet some people of which most moved on. I see. The upsetting factor of running server is knowing everyone disappears as soon as they come. That's an interesting way to look at it. You're lucky to see anyone stick around 2 years later. Huh. I'm not surprised. It's connecting a lot of dots for me, that's for sure. Think about kayaking. I didn't put eagle in this. There's no eagle. Yeah, I don't remember an eagle. Not to make it too dark, but you try not to get attached to many people so you can feel nothing when they disappear. No, that doesn't sound like dark at all. But certainly explains a lot of things. Oh, this is heart. So kokoro yoi.
心よい
I think what you're describing is a self-fulfilling prophecy. So defense mechanism at its best. Yojin.
用心棒
Yojimbo. choke or chokuke, chotsuke, choke, choke.
直径
What is that? Hitori.
一人
Nomihon hodai.
飲み放題
It is a self-fulfilling prophecy, yes, but the reason you think that is that way is because it used to upset you near the start, so you just became desensitized to everything to a point. I'm not sure if that's desensitizing. I think that's avoidant. Desensitizing would allow it to persist without it bothering you. Avoidant is to prevent it from happening. But I guess they're still going on, so I suppose I could kind of see them both happening at the same time. Other things where desensitizing, avoiding is a better word for this specific situation, though. Yeah. Desensitize would typically come with the action still continuing, but without a sensation to it. Avoidant is to protect yourself from engaging in the action that would trigger, like engaging in the thought process that would trigger the same response. So your fragility will still continue to be there when you're avoidant. When you're desensitized, your fragility does not exist anymore. Some moderation stuff or other people's health situations you really struggle to care about it in a way. That's desensitization, yeah. If it exists and you engage in it. Oh, actually, but you're saying you're apathetic. Or you're struggling to care about it. Yeah, your apathy. That is desensitization. Yeah, I would agree with that one. Having a struggle for empathy does come with desensitization. There are other things where your fragility increased over time because of avoidant behavior. Yeah, but I think your avoidant behavior is a bit more troubling you than your desensitization. Desensitization and apathy usually creates stoicism and ability to endure and still be functional. Avoidant tends to be fragile and anxious and fear. Desensitization just typically does not create fear. It doesn't contribute to anxiety or fear a lot of times. It actually creates numbness, so you feel less anxious and less caring. When I was younger, the biggest sensation is apathy and desensitization. It's rarely avoidance. I actually run towards the confrontation or like run towards the challenges because I don't feel anything. When you're apathetic and you're desensitized, you run towards challenges to try to feel alive again, like to feel emotion. Numbness creates a need to want to feel alive again. So oftentimes it imparts risk-taking and unexpected, more like pronounced behavior, as opposed to less and less behavior and more withdrawal and isolation. This is not professional health. Again, this does not serve as professional health advice. It's strongly correlated though. Generally speaking, when you're avoidant, you become more isolated and more protective. When you're desensitized and apathetic, you become more bold and be engaging in things that don't otherwise impact you. So like you're more likely to do things because you're not sensitive to things. And then oftentimes that can lead to other things like overstepping boundaries or forming a self-importance that can lead to other detrimental outward effects. When you're avoidant, you protect yourself and limit engagement over time. That can seem like apathy, but it's not the same as apathy. Apathy is simply existing in a way that it doesn't create any particular problems for you. But isolation, when it's brought upon by fear and anxiety and overestimating people or underestimating people or disappointment and betrayal and cynicism, that's avoidant behavior. You mean you had issues with empathy before when you were younger too, but that's besides the point. That again, when you keep saying besides the point and bringing up something young, it's not relevant now, and it wasn't because it was relevant in your Discord, so we're not really talking about that. And agree with avoidance being something you should further work on, if that's what you're saying. No, I'm pointing out the difference, because it's up to you to decide whether you are apathetic or desensitization. I'm offering the idea that what you label as apathy and desensitization, I see avoidance and isolation. Desensitized people and apathetic people are still present in the environment that they have once empathized with. Largely because maybe we have different definitions, so it's well worth entertaining the idea that what you may be thinking about as avoidance, I should really be thinking about it as desensitization. So like if you're describing apathy and desensitization as my avoidance, I need to become aware of that. So I'm stating them to make sure that we're on the same page despite having different terms. Unless like you're choosing to swap up terminology. But oftentimes it might not be the same thing. Definitions may be different, but you do think I have a good point. I mean, for the record, someone who's apathetic and desensitization, they rarely feel anxiety or fear. They actually don't feel anything. Yeah, like when I described to you, I shared about you, shared with you my childhood whenever you asked. When I was growing up, I had no feelings, like feeling suppression is what another way to desensitize yourself, or compartmentalization. That's a coping mechanism that can help with trauma. Did I have trauma back then? Not necessarily. I had a lot of problems, but a great solution to that is to be apathetic and make the appearance of desensitization. And when you suppress your emotions long enough, it could appear as desensitization. So I can get good grades, smile, and be good to people, but I would feel nothing from it. You think desensitization is more of a description of 2 years ago? For now, it's not the same. They're like you changing up the conditions once again. You said, I mean, you had issues with empathy before you were younger too, but that's besides the point. And now it's the opposite. The past still is, you have all those things. And that's the culmination of whatever is in the present. So that is still the same thing now. Like all the things, if you being younger is also relevant to this, then desensitization 2 years ago is still relevant to this. If you choose to compartmentalize specific things, then rarely do you learn from the experiences that you have. So it's probably still the same problem, in my opinion. I don't think, like, I'm not convinced at the moment the way you go about explaining things that it wasn't avoidant behavior the entire time. That's probably what I would propose to you. Like what you considered as numbing yourself was more like it got worse. It got worse. So to create a narrative of being numb is how you deal with being fragile. Like I was certainly not fragile when I was younger. Like when people called me names and like bullied me and stuff, I didn't shed a tear. I wasn't very defensive either. Like I sat there and they just did whatever they did. That's kind of what happens when you're desensitized and numb to things. You become incredibly stoic. So that stoicism typically comes in a sense of you continue to do most of your things, you just don't have any joy or sadness and stuff in it. So if your pattern dramatically changed over the years, it's not necessarily due to desensitization. Like all your emotions that you talk about when you're talking about like having people leaving and accepting that they'll leave and they don't, that sounds like emotional things as opposed to someone who's becoming desensitized, since you said 2 years ago, but now it's not the same. What you described about what you learned over the years of managing your Discord for 5 years still sounds like emotional things.
Obi.
Obi. It's cute. I actually think it's really awesome that you take pride in the Discord. I like how you introduce the Discord. That how cheeky you were in describing your ownership of the Discord and then talking about how many staff members you have. Yeah, people used to make you upset. Over time, you tried to underestimate people and expect the worst in them. Yep. And then you withdraw and isolate as well. Meanwhile, I did the opposite. So, I mean, there's still a coincidence that both of us approached it a very similar way, but the outcome is clearly different. Obviously, there's still 20 years for you to really determine if the outcome is the same or different. How did you know you tried to isolate after? Because it's avoidant behavior. At least the pattern is characteristically avoidant behavior. Again, I don't do this professionally, so I don't like interact with clients in this way or any sort. I don't have like people like that. But the pattern of argument is often that sometimes avoidant behavior is rationalized by desensitizing. Like they're kind of hand in hand. So I'm not surprised that we are having a discussion differentiating between what is apathy, desensitization, and isolation, and defense, like guardedness. So it's not uncommon to have those things happen together in the same discussion. At some point, someone who's apathetic and desensitization can eventually lead to unintended isolation as well. So you could have been numb, and due to the numb nature of your emotions, you could end up naturally isolating yourself. However, it often lies in the motivation of that isolation. Someone who is numb gets isolated because they have no one that relates to them and they can't relate to someone. It's not that they are intentionally trying to prevent something emotionally from happening because there isn't any emotion behind it. So they usually end up being alone, largely due to a lack of empathy. Avoidant ones would reason that it's because of other people and the potential of that damage and the interactions with other people that creates that behavior. So avoidant versus desensitization. They can still go hand in hand, in my opinion. So you can still be progressively desensitizing yourself while trying to be avoidant. It's kind of a, a degree as opposed to 0 and 1s. Lately, you just cared about a few people and sort of disregard the rest. that is a balance. Most of the people, you might bring nothing to the table, in my opinion. That makes sense. It does make sense. Also, whenever you say if that makes sense, I'm not sure if that's a reflex or like a cultural thing, but if that makes sense, screams to me that a lot of times you think people don't understand. Yeah, but I know it's a okay, like where the source of that is pretty interesting. You find it hard to find people you willingly befriend. Self-fulfilling prophecy, right? You will find it hard to befriend people because you find it hard willingly to befriend people. Yeah, chicken or the egg thing. Willingness to befriend people come from having a willingness to befriend people, and then having people to trust to make you want to trust people requires that action. Oh, you're happy with your current online social life? So I suppose I'll take your word for it. We didn't talk about online social life, so you compartmentalize social life to online and IRL. I don't resonate with that. I don't have like special conditions based on situations. I have special conditions based on what the person shares with me.
延期する
Suru. IRL social life is very separate to online personalities. Yeah. Personally, yep. There's no association between the two. Much like your approach to language learning, your approach to classes, teacher relations, classmate relations, there rarely is an association between a classmate and a teacher when you're interacting with things, despite being people in an IRL situation, because you'll create another compartmentalization of that. So rarely do you have transferable skills between like transferable skills or knowledge and experience between things, largely because you want to choose to conveniently compartmentalize them. That's like one of the more consistent ways you challenge me in debate and like reasoning skills. You probably find IRL stuff hard because you're not using online things you've learned. Yeah. Because you don't need, maybe you want to, you don't want to. I don't know at the moment. It sounds like you don't want to because you think they're different. So that's sufficient. If there's something in the future that I see that you do with online that can be transferable to IRL, that can make your situation a little bit better, maybe I'll point them out. But for now, like I don't actually know too much about your social abilities and skills online, other than just now when you're describing your Discord things. And you consider people themselves different types of people. Well, you consider them different types of people based on your presumptions. You're not doing what I'm doing, which is basing the different types of people from interacting with. It's very similar to our discussion about mass input and association. You're not associating people, you're determining the type of people beforehand. So the people you trust and underestimate and overestimate are inclined to your limited experience on this planet. So your relatively young age and small pool of experience, relatively speaking, is your limiting guide to how you categorize people, right? And then you make snap judgments and generalizations on them. So my counter is often to encourage you to do the thing and see if your generalized archetype of the people defied your limited experience. Yeah, you assume the worst in people based on experiences, limited experiences. Hence, don't talk to them, think the worst of them. Yeah, your limited experience. So we're gonna try to get some W's. You're right. Hopefully, the W's far outweigh the L's in the future. And great way to be able to do that is maybe being able to find someone and a support system or someone that you genuinely can approach, right? That meets the criteria from someone who knows you, and introducing you to that person who creates a higher success rate of W's than L's. That could change that type of like outlook on people. I don't think in reality, where if you're normally sampling, I'm not suggesting this romantic gesture where you go out into the wild and then test your luck. I think overall, someone who already has this experience about assuming the worst in people, I don't think that realistically is going to change statistically if you're doing it randomly. However, we can often try to understand how to pre-select for those people, and then it may seem in a given situation, in a given environment like your Discord server, that it can seem a little bit higher as opposed to a higher chance, right? You do try to talk to people if you see something you potential in online in IRL. Yeah, but that potential is an underestimate. Like, you can still underestimate while seeing potential in people. Underestimation tells me that it's more likely that you do not want to invest unless it's dependent on the person to exceed your expectations in order for it to happen. So generally speaking, it's reliant on something you don't have necessary control over. And being underestimating doesn't necessarily mean you're encouraged to find ways to draw out the potential in people. Like, for example, I don't think I'm a catch for anyone. Like, I don't think my friends said like, oh yeah, this guy's got potential, right? I think they're more like, well, we got this guy, let's work with it, and this is where we have come to be. See, that's the thing is, I understand what it's like to see potential in people. I mean, I overestimate people, right? So however, I work for it to see if that is true. It's not my guiding reason to interact with people. It is certainly among a lot of reasons. Maybe we can make some effort to increasing the number of reasons you have to interact with people. How many times have you let my expectations down? Probably on a daily basis. Every time I open my mouth on providing some advice would be something that doesn't meet my expectations. That would be the logical reason to provide advice, no? But my expectations don't dictate how much I trust someone and how much I care about someone. Like, it holds a candle, it holds like a drop, like not even a drop, to how much I trust someone or believe in them. Expectations can guide someone, but it can erode their ability to see. Oh, trust and expectations and care are separated? They're not separated. They affect each other. They're not drivers for action. They interact with each other. I think oftentimes you separate them. And then you clump them together when it's convenient. So when it works against you, they interact with each other. When it works with you, they're separated. Expectation and trust are together. They interact with each other. How I negotiate that is different. I think the only way that trust and expectation is separated, the reason why you might be suggesting it's separated is because you can't imagine someone trusting someone who constantly disappoint someone's expectations. And I guess I'm here to tell you that I guess that it's possible, and we would have to need a lot of time to unpack how it's possible. I trust people because of their nature. I don't necessarily they have to meet my expectations to trust them. It depends on what they do to disappoint in your case, but yeah. Again, sure, it depends. I mean, I could have said it depends too. In your case, it always depends. It always depends, and it's always explicably in your favor to reinforce exactly what you think about people. Situationally and convenience. So here's my interesting rhetoric for this. If you see potential in people, how does one negotiate all your situational expectations if you think you see potential in people? Potential will require you to have experience to know if that potential is actually there. You could assume through expectation that they have potential. And if they fail that expectation, that still doesn't prove that they don't have potential. It's that you didn't expect the thing. Depends based on when it's convenient to depend. Yeah, basically. Yeah, I don't interact. I don't hold my own expectations as a barometer for a reason to trust someone, because I have limited experiences as well. If I were to do that, then we would not be having this discussion. Right? It's not like every day I interact with someone who has your particular set of situations and your willingness to share certain informations discreetly. And that's seeing the potential in people. Not that they meet my expectations. I think people have potential. I can't expect what that potential is all the time, or even hold myself accountable to using that as the barometer for trusting someone. It's what they do and what they share with me that ultimately determines whether my trust is lost or not, or earned even.
吐く 蜂の巣
の巣
輪ゴム
It's hard to explain what makes people ones I don't see trust potential in. That is probably something that your life will eventually teach you, hopefully. Hopefully through non-avoidant behavior. Because otherwise you are not going to gain the experience to do so. unlikely. I can see a realm of possibilities, but unlikely. It's unlikely to happen. Yeah. I often wondered if the fragility of this, if the fragility of the Gen Z, the current internet Gen Z environment is not necessarily due to the lack of awareness, but more the convenience of isolation. Like in terms of drivers for fragility, like personality fragility. Isolation is convenient. That's the idea. That's the point. That's the premise. There are a lot of contributing factors, but the convenience of isolation is something that can lead to fragility, especially social interaction fragility. I guess I could say my lack of fragility is the potentially even the nightmare situation for most people who are now Gen Z. Much of why you wanted to go back to IRL education was interest in the social side. That's impressive. But so far as about disappointing as you thought, self-fulfilling prophecy. The reason why I say that is there's no possible way you could have known without experience. Not accurately, anyways. Sometime we'll have to evaluate whether it is your thoughts that are disappointing, or it is the disappointment that is actually surrounding you. I have the same thing, by the way. Like, what I mean is, if you want to take apart my perspective on people, you could also say that IRL, no matter where I go, typically is filled with disappointment. However, we come to different actions and conclusions because of it. You say is that people have been as uninteresting to you as you had mentally stereotyped them to be? That's really on the nose. Yeah, I agree. That's really perceptive. I think that checks out with most of the things that we've talked about over the days. I feel it's super fair. What you just said, incredibly fair. I have no reservations about that. Surprise. Odoroku? Odoroku.
驚く 金星
Yeah, I think it's really funny because if you come at me about what I said, I would also agree with you that most interactions that I have with human beings, with other human beings, would be filled with disappointment. However, the difference is it would be not as I thought, because I have I don't try to have expectations of disappointment. People find ways to disappoint me, and I find ways and opportunities to turn that disappointment into something worth investing. That's where I spend most of my time. So whenever someone says they're disappointed in themselves, that is almost a welcome sign for me to see if I can turn that disappointment into something that they're proud of. Those are my windows of opportunity. When someone comes by and say they're the bee's knees and they're Superman and they don't need anything from me, and that's fine. And if they offer help for me, like they're like, oh yeah, let me give you something, it's like, I'll take it. Nowadays, the older I get, the less and less that happens. If someone is far more experienced and privileged and knows something I don't, and they're willing to offer their mentorship and help, I'll take it. It seems to happen less and less because of the environment I place myself into. So most of the time, yes, like the large majority of people disappoint me, and that's where we start, because I refuse for them to be continuously disappointing and disappointing in themselves. That is no reason for me to not trust them. If they're disappointing now, the trust can be built upon that mutual disappointment. I do truly believe that people become closer, much closer together, when they are able to come together and help each other. That's where the greatest, longest foundations for relationships are built upon. Like one of the strongest solidarities between like long living couples, right? Long loving and couples is how much they overcome and problem solve and compromise together. As opposed to a couple that wants to spin the wheel and hope that it's always stars align. That does happen, by the way. Dream couples do happen. I simply don't play the odds on banking on that. If it does happen, I'll take it. I'll absolutely take it. When I win the lottery, I'll take it. However, while I'm waiting for the lottery for me, building ways to make more of quote unquote less and become more means that when I win the lottery, I will know what to do with it. And that's how I would say I rationalize how when someone says, I must be disappointing you, and I'm like, yes, let's work on it. Because where it is our disappointment is a way we can build pride and solidarity together. You don't have to be disappointing forever. We don't have to be disappointing to each other forever. Build strong bonds. You sort of planned out how much you think people will be disappointing by watching them interact with others. I can see that. Yeah, I can definitely see that. I do too. We just have different responses to it though. Like I watch people and I see what I anticipate to be deficiencies, but I'm planning out how I could help, what experience I could use to be relevant to the situation. And then when the opportunity offers to me, right, like when they say, oh, what do you think? You know, I happen to be standing by. What do you think? I'm like, you know what? Let's work on this together. I have a couple ideas. Let's get on it. So that's what I do in the background most of the time when I watch Twitch chat, read comments, you know, Gen Z lingo and slang. We're analyzing. We're figuring out where all of those parts, as long as I can, and with as much time as I can, how can I be helpful? Yeah, you don't try to help people unless you see potential in them, because otherwise you lack a feeling of meaning and investment behind it. Yeah. Return on investment. Yeah, I don't think it's been a while since when someone approaches me and we have a mutual trust, that I would say like, nah, not enough potential. It's more like, let's see where your potential is. One at a time. One at a time. My approach is not scalable. Your approach is scalable. You can sift through lots and thousands of people very quickly. I can't do that. It's one of the pros and cons. One of the trade-offs of my approach is that I take whatever comes towards me. So that means that whatever comes after, during the times that I'm busy, they don't get my attention. So it doesn't create loyalty. There's no loyalty and selective. I don't have selective preferences. It's whoever takes up my time and occupies me with the rewarding nature of being part of their lives that takes time. So what happens is, it can also mean that I don't reflect or mutually return loyalty. That's one thing that is very important that you can do to safeguard yourself. And you've described most of the aspects of loyalty, like the people you only care about, and then everyone else is like not really that important, right? You only select people you see that has potential, right? And that you have actual feeling of meaning and investment. For myself, when I'm given the opportunity, I develop those feelings of meaning and investment by doing it, by investing in the person in the first place. So meaning and investment comes after interacting with the person. My anticipations and expectations are based on what I can contribute to develop that meaning and investment in the person. So instead of saying I had lack of a feeling, I'm more like, how can I be helpful to that person? Then we'll think about what the meaning and investment means afterwards. Nozo? Nozori? Nokori?
残り
Server stuff makes it easy to sift through people.
咲く
Okay. I can imagine.
大陸
大陸。
平均
菜食。Oops. That was a typo. 菜食。
菜食
菜食。
解散
取る
指輪
快適
Oh, pleasant.
乾く 球根
Yukon. Hmm. Yukon. You wonder how much people pick their friends IRL? Hmm. Yeah? What are your thoughts about how most people pick their friends? My friends were first come, first serve. Growing up with adversity makes you make the best of whatever comes first, instead of wondering what may come after or what you're entitled to. So I took every friend that I was offered. And I was betrayed and bullied and all that with all the same frequency. We just cry again and again. You don't really know. You don't stand there watching people talking. You look like a creep. You don't have to do that. You have the internet, which is what you already do. Mass input. I'm not entirely sure you've been interested in listening to other people talk about it. But internet people are different. They were real people before they were internet people. You make it sound like internet people were always internet people. So am I internet people?
Niru.
Oh. Oh, wait. Sort of? Like, you know they exist IRL, but only met 2 IRL initially that act like online people? I guess. It's amazing. It's pretty brilliant how well you can break people up into pieces that you want to see and pieces that you don't want to see. Huh. I thought this was... Oh. Shoji.
掃除
Soji. Kindai teki.
近代的
What the Kindai teki? It's like something trendy, contemporary?
鉄作
Oh, what is that? A pirate tree? Is it still Makuda? Oh, for some reason I thought that was something else. Huh.
内定
Naite. Or like secrets. Okay.
Tohin.
Tohin. You did try to talk to some people the first few days in September, but they really just followed what you thought they would pattern wise in a way, like people you usually specifically would avoid. Okay. Yeah, based on our interaction, it's really difficult to know if I can really take your word for how astute you are when you're talking. So it would be like I would need to be there to see how you're interacting with the person to know, because the way you talk about things is very difficult to know that you can actually anticipate these pattern-wise things, or you're seeing those things because you want to. And that's pretty much the nice way to say that you can't possibly know these at the moment because you completely lack the experience to do so. So oftentimes when you say it works your pattern wise, then it would be a very narrow pattern, and I can't see that someone would behave so perfectly to the pattern wise you anticipate. I mean, I feel like I don't have a good grasp of that either. I think one of the differences is that I continue to use it as a guiding thing, but rarely is it something that ever fills it ideally. There's so many things that people do in such a small time frame that it is highly arrogant and prideful that you're able to say that so comfortably. So one of the things that I usually entertain is, it is what it is in this situation because it already happened. So I will leave it to you to negotiate how those people conformed to your stereotypes.
Kafun shou.
People must be really predictable.
Kantanfu.
Don't get me wrong, there are many situations that I felt like, oh yeah, I did feel the pattern. And then I realized also that there's a lot that doesn't. I mean, the interactions were really stereotyping in a way. Hi, how are you? What subject do you hate? Silence, what's your interest? More people walk over, they go and take a selfie to pose and go. So you're always gonna say hi, how are you? Because you decided to hi, how are you? So then fulfill your prophecy. I see. Fake. Yeah, yeah. That's what you do. So, controlling hi, how are you pleasantries. I mean, you don't work on it anyways. So that's expected. Did you try to take a selfie with him? Cherry picked.
残念.
But hey, they said, hi, how are you first? That's even better example. So what did you say back? Nope. Heavy pass. That is your choice. So if they said first, that actually makes my point that I'm about to make even more. I actually thought you initiated. So since they initiated, what did you say back? You said what subject did you take? Is that what you said? And then they have silence. And then who asked what's your interest? You asked what's your interest? Yeah, using that phrase about how are you is such a weak excuse, in my opinion. Like that we're gonna have to really unpack in some way. You did initiate about half of them. You said subjects you take, person asking about interest was 50-50. Sounds like you got 50% of people who responded. So whatever you described as a stereotype is incorrect 50% of the time. Do you want to generalize some more, I suppose? You don't really know how to reply about interest though, which is part of why the conversation got nowhere. Okay. And that has something to do with because people are deficient and follow a stereotypical pattern. I suppose that's something you can prepare in advance in the future. How to describe your interest. Remainder and miss. Oh, not good. Regrettable. What can you even say as interest? Can't answer that. Definitely your department. Largely because most things that you have when you interact with people are very difficult to explain. You would take a close friend, maybe some of those friends that you trust, to do that, but they're online friends, so you wouldn't want to bring online details to offline details.
Tazuneru.
Isn't it? You like reading 200-page studies about disorders? You'd be surprised how many people like doing that. But really hard to say something that doesn't just stop any interest in the conversation. You'd be lying to yourself. How often do you think I encounter that? That people like reading a lot of studies about disorders, especially ones that they believe that they can use as excuses for their coping mechanisms. What are you? Zai? What are you? Okay, so we got drunkard, right? Oh. Asa. Yes. What is that? Shallow?
Kabi.
Maybe. Oh. How do I spell gaudy? Oh. Oh no. Oh no. Itotsu? Oh no. You don't deny sucking at the how high are you stuff, just you find it personally uninteresting when it's generic and you're too sure how you can respond in a good way. Two separate problems. You blame something that you can't do yourself. Oh, is this hazard? This is probably hazard. After day 2, people stop coming to you at all for the first interactions? Okay. That sounds like you're gonna try to improve to day 3, I suppose. There's a lot to unpack, a lot to learn there.
外す
I swear this is like to avoid or something like that. Like to remove? Okay. It's something else, actually. Oh no, it is to remove. Oh, to exclude, okay. Or, oh, is this the... Azushi. Oh no. Guy, okay, the 4 things. It's definitely and z. Hang. Oh no, wrong person.
貧しい
Ooh. UN, oh no, UNT.
遊園地
Annoyingly, you got on the learning support department watch due to the required psychoanalysis you have to submit when applying, and you ask why people don't come up. They think it's due to bad posture and not looking socially inviting. That sounds like it's a possibility.
待つ
That's it. This 幾何学価格
幾何学
Oh no. Oh, these are the 2 things I skipped. Oh, Goran.
ご覧
What the Goran? Encouragement. Dang it. Encouragement. This got like 70 more. Pretty sure. Yeah, it's 11 p.m. You wonder how to fix the things mentioned. Bad posture. That's a good question. I'm not entirely sure what the nature of the posture stuff is. Encouragement. I really thought it was done. I think not MAKU. Imagine stereotypical Discord mod posture, like really stereotypical. I wouldn't know. It's very difficult to identify who is Discord and who is not. It would be pretty presumptuous to know what Discord posture is. Encouragement. Oh, is it? Oh, man. Oh. 네. You're heading to bed? Yeah, have a good night, Bree. I hope you sleep well. Let's see. It's about 10. Some plenty of time. I would love hopefully your workday goes well. You have till 1:30. Oh, then I'll see you then. Yeah, like hopefully I would love to hear what your days are going to be like. Yeah, best of luck. Sleep well. You know, keep that anxiety low, right? New beginnings. Take care. It's hard to describe, like shoulders forward and head forward from neck and a bit hunch sort of thing. Yeah, but that's not stereotypical Discord. Right? Like, it's not a Discord mod posture. That's hunched over. Alright. So we got 73 left, and I have no idea where we're gonna go with this one. Let's go find out. Wait, how long for tomorrow? Okay, it is a joke among people you know. I bet it is. But maybe that's a thing within set communities. I don't think it's a thing. I don't think it's a set thing between communities, but more like people who stay in one community. Ooh, oh, what? Wait. Oh. Wait, Tokucho. No?
特徴
Tokucho. What? Okay. Oh no. This is Glacier. Is it Glacier? No, 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 it's not.
運河
Unga. This is Canal. Okay. Whoops. Yeah, so you have hunch over posture. I suppose one way to go about that is some Supermans on the ground, or maybe some dead hangs. Some yoga. Yoga is nice. Get that spine moving, you know? Put in some dynamic twists and turns each day. We despise yoga? Alright. Well then we won't call it yoga. We'll call it flexing. Go grab a hula hoop. Oh. Going straight ahead.
回復
Life. Ento suru.
検討する
Oh no. Ude?
筆
Yeah. Okay, it helps if it's not called yoga. That's kind of what I assumed.
豪華
Yoga. I don't know. Morning stretches. Morning stretch. Or we can do something fancy. Dynamic static poses. Or a mix of dynamic movement throughout the day. Or maybe something a little bit more holistic, like mobility and active lifestyle. Something like that.
郵便 野獣
Wow, best. I meant to type beast.
妨害
汗臭い
汗臭い
臭い
鑑定
appraisal 鉛筆
鉛筆
従順
Soldan? Oh no. Oh, what the heck? Huh. Oh, no. What? You used to do evening exercises, but consistently eventually fell off? I'm not talking about exercises, though. You don't think morning is a good idea while you still have a lack of sleep issues? I'm still not talking about exercises. Stretching is very different from exercise. The exercise that you're talking about. We talked about earlier about the difference between an active lifestyle and exercise. It's more the active lifestyle. Yeah, Tombstone and Soul. Huh. Guess we'll come back. Naze. Eh? Oh no. Oi.
恋
Oi. Getting up, you know, stretching, touching your toes. You know, that type of thing. Reach for the sky. Takes a couple seconds. Whenever you can. Like right now, you could be doing it. Oh, you already did it once. Now you can sit back down. I'm about to do that soon after when I get a break. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, it happened again. Huh. Uh, Wild? No, monster? Kaiju.
Kaiju.
Kaiju, so it's Kai. What do you do in breaks aside from stretch? I walk around. I walk around and contemplate about life. Stretch. Do some squats. I actually do some squats. Sometimes I go upstairs, like I walk upstairs and then I walk back downstairs.
Doktoku.
Doktoku. Kappa.
Kappa.
Oops. That's a typo.
振動。
Muga?
無我。
Munga. Oh. I can't spell selfishlessness. What a weird word. Yurai.
従来
Yurai. Like until now or something? Hold on.
討論。
Hold on. Dispute? Oh no. Heckin' lead. Let's see. Namari? Namari.
鉛貯金
Namari.
激しい
What?
舐める
Oops. What? Oh, both.
往復
Both. Oh, round trip. Round trip. Yeah, time management tomorrow will be horrible to plan out. Time to get started.
「直接」 「ふぐ」
Fugu. Fugu. Kikaku. What? That's it. What am I looking at? Oh no. Old. What is ma? It's indirect, right? Direct. Oh. Right?
関節
Not much time to work with. But you do what you can.
再開
万年
万年筆
復習
豆腐 Oh no. Glacier. It's definitely cost something, right? Yeah. Like Oge? Ooh. Oh. Yeah. It's definitely in it. I don't want the end. I'm probably gonna have to come back because I don't. Hmm. Ako? Boy? Oh no. It's like completely different, right? Ga is the correct thing. Ice, ice, ice. I'm not trying to do vanilla ice here. It's probably Hyoga.
氷河
事故
So 10. That can't be right. Okay.
独占
10. What the Doksen? You might get up early on Monday to work around sleep schedule, but you don't. Oh, interesting. Work around a sleep schedule. What do you mean by working around the sleep schedule? Doksen. At like a period? What are we talking about here? Oh, Doksen. Dictator. Oh no, not dictator. Monopoly. I see.
お菓子
Oh no. Uarai. What? Urarai. Ooh. Oh no. Wait. Unarai? What? Uranai.
占い
Uranai. I think this is envy or jealousy. What is this? Uranai. No, this is just lucky. Or sorry, fortune. I don't know what this is. What the uranai? So you have a few ways to work around that. One is to early sleep, wake up Sunday night. Oh, is that what you mean by working around sleep? It's something doing for fortune telling. Kimono.
獣 捻出
Twist. No. Oh, this is like scrounging up. Oops, I missed a U. Oh no, I think we got this now. IG. Why am I drawing a blank on that?
怪事件
IG. Like a mysterious Or like a strange story. It's fine. Good enough. As you're sleeping late tonight, you can afford to sleep little on Sunday. I see. Or make like you won't physically be able to sleep very long if you sleep early. I see. Obey? Shirigaru? Oh no. Wait, shita no. What? What? Okay, shita ga. Shita. Ah. No.
従う
Shita ga. That's to obey. It's not to accompany by.
円環
Oops. What? Oh, lead pipe, not iron pipe. You find that the easiest way to make sudden adjustments and be productive when the day happens, in since you're generally more easily productive between midnight and 7 a.m. Okay. Fair enough.
Jury. Kyoju.
Koichi. Oh, teachings maybe would work? Or like instructions, professor. Okay, teaching. Okay, it's fine. Myo. What? Okay. What is that? Heck. This is second hand, right? Yeah, second hand. Oh, what the heck is second hand? I thought that was me. Oh, no. I thought the needle thing was Shin. Oh, no, wait. It's Byo. Yoshin.
秒針
Would it be a bad idea for SRs to do your reviews now? Do you reckon? I have no idea. You keep whatever consistent is consistent and you can be able to answer that question. Long enough.
な
Let's
ぜ
see. Ayashi.
怪しい
Ayashi. Heck. Ayashi. If it's not strange, what is it? It's suspicious.
Dokushin.
What it?
Ware.
Oh, ue.
Yue.
Yue. Sorry, not ue. Yue. Exclude. Darn it. No, nozoku.
覗く。 面接。 直線。
直線。直線。独学。
独学
What the? Oh.
振る。
独裁。
独裁
Oh, this is the. Oops. Ase.
汗。
Ase. Sorry. Juice. Oh. Juice. Oh. Oh. Yuru.
獣類
Uranameru? No. Oh no. Shimeru.
閉める。
Occupy. Okay. Kaibutsu. Dokuritsu.
独立
Excuse me? Oh no! Wait, oh no, Sakeki. Is that not What? I think the left one's definitely Sa though. Oh no, wait. No, Sa is the kunyomi. That's a stab, so Shigeki.
刺激。
Shingeki. Sun stabbing. Sun attack. Oh, stimulation. It's not Sutton. Okay.
塩毒
Oh, now I know what this is.
階段
Aidan. And what is that? Ghost stories? Ooh wee. Yowzers. Do you think having bed in front of a radio reduce how effective it is? I have no idea actually. What makes you think it would reduce how effective it is? Okay. Oh, my Hanzi hero today is little ripe. Is it covered in your room? It's always cold. I don't know. I mean, your bed would absorb all the heat, right? So, yes and no, I guess. Usually hot hair rises, so like from a radiator, hot air usually rises as opposed to like go horizontally. But if your, I guess if your bed is blocking the whole thing, it's not allowed to radiate. Let's see what tomorrow looks like. Man, tomorrow's scattered everywhere. Maybe I'll flip the schedule temporarily. I have another flip scheduled. So yeah, 3 exposures. I'm gonna do our read into our definitions. As your thought process, I see. There's one way to find out. The detach. You dissolve. And knit. Showy. Eat. Previously. Ooh, normal. Go exceptional. Ton model. Go obstruct. Jo exclude. Inquire. Ticket. How much? Roll. Corridor. Soul. Sweep. Dodo? Or Dodo? Probably Dodo. Dodo mud. Ball. Yo, surprise. Oh, ball is pull. Unsai. Soul. Storehouse. Own. Grandchild. Soup. Nest. Height. Belt. Bummer. Yeah. Diameter. Q. Rescue. Sun. Scatter. Kun. Powder. Yaku. Veins. Tai. Vegetables. Ha. Rate. Riku. Land. Ni. Resemble. In. Equal. Oh. Brave. Good. Wealth. Okay. Virtue. Un. Search. And te. Spy. You might just see if you can rearrange your room. Oh, well, they do let you, but the stuff is heavy and you don't know how you want to rearrange it. Fair enough. I look forward to hearing what your thoughts are on your cold room. Alright folks, that's a wrap for WaniKani today. You're gonna watch this later. Arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up WaniKani, give it a try for yourself. Let me know what you think. Long day, long day. You're more than welcome to come on by and yap, talk about things. You know, we exchange ideas. Lots of very direct and candid candor. Please feel free. Keep each other interesting, constantly thinking, challenging each other's perspectives on their lives, right? Keeping each other motivated. You're always welcome. Until next time, minasan, mata ne. 見てくれて arigato. Right. Thank you for watching. I'm gonna get up, stretch, walk around, go to the bathroom, and I will be back for Hanzi Hero. Thank you.